The platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club and the last Monday night of February take us to, well, first up at least, it's a split doubleheader this evening, 2 different categories, 2 different venues, and a 2-race program for you, ladies and gentlemen. We're in Miami Gardens in Florida, in the United States of America, at one of the 2 new circuits on the iRacing server for round 6 of Waste Options Super Formula Light. Then we head to Mount Panorama Bathurst, yes, Bathurst Overload, again, we're very good at that, for round 6 of Waste Options GT3, and our focus will be on the Pro-Am split tonight. Good evening, everybody. Zach Caven and Adam Lavis with you as we welcome you tonight, one of week 6 of term 1 of 2026, the start of the second half of the opening term of the 2026 calendar year, and this is the lay of the land. 11:30 server time, 16 km/h winds, 27 the ambient, 38 on track. In so far it is dry but partly cloudy with a 50% humidity reading at the moment. The circuit, 5 1/3 kilometres around, and it is, of course, synonymous with being the host of not just the Miami Formula One Grand Prix, but also the round of Miami Formula E that's held in that part of the world as well, I should say. Championship points, there it is for you. Marcus Watson, not on the grid, rubbed out of it for a week. He's in the naughty corner, but he'll be watching on, no doubt. 285 plays Dan Yeoman, 264. Ryan Jones, has he managed to make it back? Yes, he has. From Sydney, 227. Sam Chapman, 212. And Brendan Grosh, 187. So too Scott Hasley, Chris Henn, Luke Brooker, Guy Leach, and Eduardo Zamora make up the top 10. Grid, Mark Hilly and Dan Yeoman lock out an all-orbit drop their Motorsport front row. Second row, Chris Henn and Craig Bond. Bondy from 4th. That'll be interesting. Focused on the task at hand and not talking smack to me in the Instagram message inbox. Thank you, young man from Gundagai. Brendan Grosh and Sam Chapman on the 3rd row. Luke Brooker, Ryan Jones the 4th row. Scott Hasler and Brett Bradbury from 5. JD Dan, Hilton Booth, Adam Funslow, Edward Rollo, Kevin Wakefield and Mark McNamara make up the 16-car field. And we are set to fire. About 30 seconds before we get underway. Still not a lot of love in the house, Adam Lavis, for this part of the world. Good evening to you.
Excuse me. Indeed. New track, it's a bit tricky. Some of the guys are... It's one of those polarising circuits. People, some people don't like it at all. Other people are willing to give it a try. So it's one of those tracks. It's a bit technical. So it's sort of a good track for a test drive. But racing can be a bit tricky depending on the car. But open wheelers is what it's designed for. So should be interesting to see how the Super Formula Lights go around here.
We're all boxed and ready. We should have a start any tick of the clock. 30 minutes of the journey. Start of the second half of the campaign. The championship leader not on the grid. Opens the door for Dan Yeoman to take full advantage, but he's got to meet his own teammate Mark Hilly in order to do that. Away we go. Great start from Hilly, converts nicely on the inside. Watch for the fuel save. If it's on, it'll be evident in the early stages, and it'll be evident through the pace of both Yeoman and Chapman, who are 2nd and 6th on the racetrack at the moment. Good start from Bondi up at a 3rd spot. Getting by Chris Herron in the early stages. Also a bit of movement further back in the pack. JD Dent's dropped 2 spots. And that's at the expense of both Hilton Booth and Adam Funslow, who've jumped up 1. Kevin Wakefield's up 1 as well. But all 16 that start have successfully navigated their way through the first sector as we hit the back straight for the first time. A slowdown issued for Mark McNamara in the early stages. Lap pace around here, I'll be interested to see what that's like, just with regards to how many laps we've got to navigate through the course of this next half hour. Side by side we go. Oh, it's nearly 3 wide, but then there was a little bit of chopping and changing going on, and Luke Brooker goes to the outside. Now 3 wide. He's got Ryan Jones and Brendan Grosh for company, and Scott Hasler as well. Hasler it is trying to go up on the inside there. It's a one-line groove through there, Scotty. It won't work for you. Through we go, first time. It's I've described it before as a Dickie sort of circuit, and I stand by that. It is a good circuit in parts, but it's very tight, narrow, and Mickey Mouse in others, and that's one of the reasons why people just haven't warmed to it yet. Also, the fact that it's new, once it earns its stripes on the server, considering that it's not overly used in the real world yet either, then we might see a few more people warm to it and just bite the bullet and pay the money to pay kits under their wing. Now, here's Bondi putting the pressure on Yeoman. So Yeoman already 1.7 seconds down on Mark Hilly. 152.247 the standing lap time. And Yeaman's pace isn't that bad. I reckon he's on the fuel save here, and Bondi will take full advantage of that if he can, because, again, you're going to see that overtaking here is not the easiest thing to execute, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Hen tried to get on the inside of Bondi as well, wasn't able to make that happen, and lost a couple of car lengths as a result. They hit the back straight for the second time. Bondi will throw caution to the wind. He won't necessarily care too much about the fuel save. He'll just go like a scalded cat, but getting by Dan Yeaman is not a straightforward assignment, because even though he might be on the fuel save, and we'll get an indication down the end of the back straight here if he is, he's not exactly the easiest person to get by. So he will, as Bondi goes down the inside, makes a complete liar out of me. Although it looked as though, well, Bondi locked it up and Yeaman was happy to just let him go. So Yeaman happy to tuck in and follow for the moment, and that'll help him with his fuel save mission here down the back straight, you would imagine, because he can tuck into the slipstream and go with Bondi. But the problem is the defence of Dan Yeaman. We've got trouble for Brendan Grosh in the wall. So he's a very good defensive driver. I mean, at the moment, he's trying to go back down the outside of Bondi. Bondi's on the defence this time by. I think Bondi will go deep under brakes and keep Yeaman at bay. He's certainly got the line to do so. Can he execute it cleanly enough? Yes, he can. Yeaman's wide, and under pressure is Hen. Oh, boy. Interesting start. Bond on the defence. Yeaman to the outside. Hilly goes 1:49.685. He's 0.8 of a second quicker than anybody on the racetrack. A full second up on his teammate, Dan Yeaman. So I got the feeling, Adam Lavis, that the likes of Chapman and Yeaman are up to their usual tricks.
Potentially, but I believe Josh changed the service. I'm not sure if there is a pit stop in this race or not. I'll have to double check. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see where that goes. I think there is, but I'll double check.
There certainly was a couple of weeks ago at the Okayama International Circuit for those that couldn't complete or conquer the fuel save assignment required to get themselves home without transiting the line. And that's the thing, right? Like, Marcus was very vocal a couple of weeks ago. It doesn't matter because he's not on the grid tonight, but he was very vocal. Trouble. Hen up on the outside. Yeaman Piggy in the middle. Bondi's there trying to defend the pair of them. Chris Hen wants to go to third. He wants to race hard with Yeaman. They need to sort it out because it's only a one-line group through the chicane. They do so. And it's to Yeaman's good. To Yeaman's advantage at the moment. And look who's lurking. Sam Chapman's there as well. Ryan Jones is in close pursuit. Bondi sits second and has one hell of a freight train lining up to gang up behind him. Down the inside goes Yeaman. You can't move too far, Bondi. Race control will clamp down on that. You saw Yeaman go, and then Bondi's tried to shuffle left and wasn't able to complete that because he saw Yeaman was too far up the inside already. Now he's compromised because he didn't get a good run out of the second last corner, and Chris Hen has capitalised and gone through to third. So Yeaman to second and Hen to third. Bondi needs to keep a cool head about it. Does so on the run to turn one, yields for the moment on Hen. Hen was a little bit wide on the exit, but he's done enough to cover it up and consolidate second for the moment. But the pace of Mark Hilly is extraordinary. He's 5 seconds to the good after 3 laps. Obviously a driver that is clicking with this circuit rather nicely in the early stages and is going like a scalded cat. Yeaman's got himself back to the rightful second position. Bond will tuck into the slipstream, hope to get a good run onto the back straight here on Hen, and I don't think he did. He was too much on the ripple strips there for my liking. The slipstream toe effect, however, is good, as you can see, as is evidenced by the way in which Bond has closed in on Hen. Hen defence work activated there on the run down towards the big braking zone at the end of the back straight, and Hen is able to keep Bond at bay. Bond around the outside, he's in no man's land, he has to yield. Chapman now, he's next to Simon. He's got to just start the defence on Chapman, who will look to waste no time in making his way through. In fact, watch Chapman. We'll ride on board with him for the length of this back straight if we can, please, Adam. I'm interested to see if he's on the fuel save for 1, and 2, if he might consider saying, well, I'm going to let you and Chris have at it, Bondi. I'm going to go 2 for the price of 1. He's certainly tucked in behind Chris Hearn here at the moment. Bondi's going to the outside. It worked for him earlier. Let's wait and see.
So
Didn't look like there's much fuel saving going on there from Chapo.
Yeah, so just look at what the server settings have. It's roughly about 25 minutes worth of fuel on an average track. But the thing with these SFLs is they don't really save much with fuel with lifting and coasting. So you don't really get a lot back because they don't really use that much to start with. So this track's got a fairly long couple of drag strips. So maybe to a point where they realise they just need to do a little splash and dash just to get it done. Plus the pit lane isn't that long here, so it's not really a big time loss in the pit stop.
Absolutely not. All right, interesting. Interesting to note. Thank you for that. Good insights from Adam Lavis there. Chapo a bit messy through the chicane. The crisscross, the S-bend, switch back. Down onto the back straight we go. Yeaman's gapped them. Yeaman's the second half to the good now. Once he's broken clear of this squabble, he's got leverage now. He's got breathing space.
It's usually
he's already done. His teammate is gone.
It's a tendency with technical tracks because there's so many. Because the thing with technical tracks is sections that are corner on corner along. Once you do start battling, it slows you down for a longer period of time, and the other cars can get their rhythm going and start to make a breakaway. So
Hilly just has to keep it straight. Really, he's got the pace required. He just needs to keep it pointed in the right direction. Avoid mistakes, avoid incidents, and the race is as good as his. He'll add his name to the winners list in this campaign of Super Formula Light, thanks to waste options on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Yeaman, Hen, Bond, Ben Chapman, Jones is in the mix here as well. Beep, beep, FX. Probably not a fuel save after the fuel adjustments JZ, Josh Zuno, made to the service, so that's verifying what Adam Lavis has said. Bondi on the inside of Hen, and then slimes on the tank sniper. And Hen's back there side by side. Bond can't move across because they'd make contact, and Hen's going to go back down the inside and retain third somehow. Unbelievable. Holy cow. Copy. Hilly, Yeaman, then Hen, then Bond, then Chapman, then Jones. Oh, Hen's wide. That's messy. That's untidy. He doesn't get a slowdown for it, but Bondi was up on the inside trying to make a move. He's in the slipstream. He's got a good run onto the back straight. Hen's going to have to defend at the end of the back straight. It's holding up Chapman and Jones as well. Hasler's going to be in the mix here in a minute as well, which is a good recovery from him considering he was pointing backwards on the opening lap. Mark McNamara has gone to pit lane. Kevin Wakefield has gone to pit lane. Brendan Grosh is out of the race, parked up after his earlier incident as well. Sorry, it was that's right, it was Grosh pointing the wrong way, not Hasler, of course. It was the other DPR car, my apologies. So through the right-hander, average crowd on hand today. It's not packed like it would be in May for Formula One, but you wouldn't expect it to be. Couple of empty seats around the house. Through we go, onto the back straight again. Ryan Jones doing a nice job here. Has latched on, has got by Hasler. He's got Brooker and Funslow well back. He's trying to get by Chapman on the inside down the back straight. He's certainly got the run to do so. Jones going on the inside to fifth. And have a look at this. The teammate double up, the gang up. And Bondi on the outside of Hen again. Chapo's about to be relegated. Is he no contact at goal? Can you beat that? Hasler and Chapman. Hasler's locked up. Hasler is locked up. And we'll lose out to Chapman. Bondi's on pit road. Brooker and Funslow goes through. Hasler will be under investigation, no doubt, from race control. I've already heard that call come through on the radio from Chapo himself. Bondi's on pit road, so there are some pit stops to be had tonight. Who'd have thought this place would actually deliver something, you know, lively and interesting? Excellent. Excellent. Kevin Wakefield had a spin earlier in the piece. Around about the same section of real estate, or just actually a little bit further up the road from where Brendan Grosh had his moment. This was Mark McNamara. Same spot, same result, except straight through the corner. And this was Grosh. Now, did Grosh get some assistance, or did he do it all on his own? All on his own. Goodbye. The rear wing just parts company with the car, goes straight through the catch fencing. Adam Funzo. So this is the part of the circuit that's tripping everybody up, Adam.
Yeah.
Not bad from Funzo. We nearly caught that, nearly saved it.
It's a tricky little chicane. It's blind and super tight. Like, it's way tight. The first time you race this track, it's even tighter than you think it is, even though we all know how tight it is.
Well, that's right. But that's the point. Right? There are some parts of the circuit that are great, right? As far as, like, I'm not a huge fan of street circuits and that sort of stuff because they're too narrow, right? They're too narrow for the motor cars you're trying to put on there in terms of if you want to have good, lively racing, positional battles, etc. This is one of those half and half ones. You've got some spots that are wide enough in which to go side by side and duel. And then you've got other parts like that technical section that links the back straight to, well, the side straight to the back straight, if you like, because there are two of them there. Obviously, you've got the main straight straight after the back straight, and then you've got that other end of the circuit straight that has the curve in it as well, right? You've got them, they're wide enough, but then you've got that little connecting, that adjoining bit where all the trip-ups have been so far tonight, where if you try and go 2x2 through there, it's to your own detriment. That's at Hilton Booth, intense spot at the moment. As far as pit stops are concerned, Bond, Bradbury, Wakefield and McNamara so far. And of course, Brendan Grosh, the only retirement at this point. 15 still running. We're 8 laps in. Mark Hilly's got a 5.5 second advantage over Dan Yeaman, who is 4.7 seconds clear of Chris Henn, who's under assault from Ryan Jones. Chapo, a distant 5th at the moment after that run in with Scott Hasler, and then Brooker, Funslow, then the aforementioned Hasler. JD Dent and Hilton Booth make up the top 10. 90 minutes of GT3s from Mount Panorama because we haven't had enough GT3 racing around there of late. The real world equivalent last weekend. The weekend just gone, the sim racing world equivalent. Now 90 minutes just for the hell of it for our Waste Options GT3 brigade. But we're expecting big numbers on the grid for 90 minutes tonight, and we're looking forward to your company for all of that. We are bringing you the Pro-Am split this evening, folks. Of course, we always try and share the love, and it's Pro-Am's turn in the spotlight tonight. You will see some more sprint racing from the AM split as the term continues, and then of course we'll bring you the grand finale, which if I've done my research correctly is Road America, is it not? For the Waste Options GT3 Pro split on the back end of March. Now there's Chapman across the line in 5th, and filthy, no doubt. Mark Hilly's just posted fast love the race again, 148.879, lowering the mark. Yeaman's got to within 0.3 of a second of him, 149.139. So that's good pace being shown from Yeaman, certainly far better than what we saw earlier in the piece. But the damage already done, Adam, it's going to be near on impossible to reel Mark Hilly in at this point.
I think he's sort of just got to keep. He's done half the job now. Half the race is done. So if he just maintains that rhythm, he's pretty set to take it away. But you can never take anything for granted with racing. Anything can happen at any time. But if you're looking for the odds on, he's probably the favourite at the moment.
And Scott Hasler has just been rubbed out of it. A 10-second invoice coming his way for the contact on Sam Chapman, and not unexpected, I must say. So at the moment, that would be a 2-position loss for Hasler, who's all over the back of Funslow like a cheap suit at the moment. Brett Bradbury just out of the pits and out of business. Oh dear. Straight into the concrete. A little bit of damage to the front wing, and that's it. Press on, play on. Bradbury continues. Mark Hilly's about to complete lap 9, and that's going to get us past half race distance, ladies and gentlemen. So, JD Dent straight into the wall, and that is not ideal. Probably a pit stop coming up this time through. Bondi, same spot. Oh dear. Caught it, did well. But still a mistake that he can't afford with regards to trying to stay in contact with the top end of town on corrected order. JD Dent's got a mechanical black flag, unsurprisingly. Will come to pit lane this time through. Scott Hasler in pit lane right now. We ride on board with Mark Hilly around the Miami International Autodrome. Seeing a fair bit of this track this week too, folks. We're back here on Wednesday night for the Oz Legends Cup and also for the Supercars. sprint racing right across the board on Wednesday night. I'm looking forward to that immensely. I hope you can join us for that across Facebook and YouTube with Dan Yeaman and I in the chair for you. In fact, let me just have a look. I better make sure that we're actually on time and in full this week. By the looks of it, yes, it does look like we'll be here for the entirety. So we're going to have some fun there on Wednesday night, Dan Yeaman and I. Riding on board with Hilly, just slick and smooth through that technical section that we're talking about. That's a one-line track through there. He leads by 6 seconds. The race in his lap at the moment. 149 is the threshold at the moment. So, I mean, we can't even really bring that back to 145 and say, 7, 14, 21, 28. There's many seconds beyond that. So we're probably looking good for about 16 laps here, folks. We've just completed lap 10 there through 18 minutes and 15 seconds, and 148.693 for Hilly. 16 would have got us to 28, 29 and 3/4, and then leftover. And if they have to come through pit lane, I can't see this going any longer than another. It's a tough one. It could go beyond that threshold. I'm just trying to work out why my maths aren't lining up tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I'm interested to see if anybody else has got to stop. So obviously Bond and Hasler have stopped. That indicates to me that there's going to be some more pit lane activity. Whether this guy's part of it or not remains to be seen. 3.5 and 2 is 7 and 3.5 is 10.5, right? So, and then you take the 3 seconds here and there over that 1 minute 45 threshold that I'm trying to calculate off at the moment. Or maybe it's easier to do it the other way. 1 minute 50 a lap, which is 6 in 11 and 18 in 33. And the only conceivable way that we would get to start the 17th lap is if there's no pit stop. That's what I'm going off anyway. All right, we'll see how this plays out. It'll be 16 or 17, folks. I'm not willing to commit to a number just yet because there's no easy way to calculate it when it's 1 minute 48.6 a lap. In comes Mark Hilly. That probably helps my calculations, quite frankly. Into pit lane he comes, and not mucking around with it either. Straightforward assignment for him across the start-finish line. Yeaman's in as well, so that defeats any talk about potential fuel saving along the way here. It won't be happening. Chris Hen, Ryan Jones, and probably Sam Chapman in as well. This time through. Out goes Hilly, 4.85. Oh, yeah, remembering that we do have potential for overtime as well. So I think on that, we are probably going to get a 17th lap and probably go into overtime. That's the only way we get to 17, folks, is if we go into overtime. And Bondi confirming for me pre-race, by the way, Adam Lavis, and I chided him about it last week here on air. He said to me tonight, I'm regretting giving up that win now. As in now that Marcus is in the naughty corner for a week. Oh, see, sportsmanship gets you nowhere, apparently. It was a well thought out, approach and a well-intended approach and gesture, but to no avail. Feels weird to be saying this as well, folks, but this is a rare Monday night for you on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. A rare Monday night in which we aren't going around the grounds. Here's Bondi under pressure from, here's Chapman under pressure from Bondi at the moment. So this is for fifth on the racetrack. So Bondi is racing Chapo for a top 5 finish. Oh, geez, this won't end well. The margin between Hilly and Yeaman is 7 seconds. The margin then back to Chris Hen is nearly 8 seconds. The margin back to Ryan Jones is non-existent. And Chapman and Bond are in a very similar duel at the moment. Here goes Bondi to the inside. Bondi on Chapman. We know that Bondi won't be holding back. He won't be doing any sort of fuel saving whatsoever. And Chapo would have taken on the least amount of fuel possible to try and get himself to the line in as quick and prompt a fashion as possible, so that he doesn't give up any extra time on pit lane, considering that he lost a few seconds on track with that incident earlier. Edward Rollo's got a mechanical black flag next to his name at the moment. McNamara and Wakefield are still circulating. We've got the entire field, with the exception of Brendan Grosh, still out on the racetrack right now, folks. We're on lap 13. And yes, the more I say it, the more it looks like we are going to get a 17th lap here. And it will be Mark Hilly taking a very comfortable win, it would seem. But this battle is on, and so is that battle. Yeaman is clear, but Hen's under serious pressure from Jones, and Bond is giving Chapo the hurry up here. They've swapped around, and Luke Brooker is closing in on Adam Funslow as well. I've lost the thread now. Yes, Monday Night Motorsport. Very rare. It's a rare occurrence, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing to go around the grounds about tonight. Nothing to shed some light on, because the Winter Olympics are done and dusted. How good was that? Of course, the other thing that's done and dusted for you, ladies and gentlemen, is there's no evening matches at the ICC T20 World Cup for the next couple of days. Just the one match being played, 8 o'clock 7 o'clock local Indian time, which is 12:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time each night, or morning, depending upon where you are around this great country of ours. And there's Chris Henn going down the inside, Ryan Jones up the outside, and Henn going deep to try to defend, Jonesy going deep to try and get the run around the outside. They both lock up, they're both on the edge, and Jones has to reset and go again. Finally, something stimulating to talk about on the racetrack again. It's been a while. Oh, that was beautiful. Beautiful from Ryan Jones. Lured Henn into the trap. Down the inside. Henn still there, forcing the issue. Saying to Ryan, you're going to have to work a little bit harder than that. You saw what Jonesy was trying to do there. Lured him into the trap to open the door just marginally enough to let him have a semblance of a look, and then did enough to contain and keep him at bay and see off the threat. That is Chris Henn in third. And I think if I've done my homework correctly, that'll be his first podium finish in SFL this season if he can stay there. Where is he in this championship mix at the moment? There he is, 7th. A 20th, a 10th, a 7th. Oh no, it'd be his second podium finish. He got a third at Donington, of course, in that hectic affair, the opening sprint race there. So he'd be on track for a second podium finish here. Ryan Jones wants to put a stop to that. Down the inside he goes. Still can't get by. And Henn now hugging the wall through that long right-hander. Got back to the inside to defend the left-hander and keeps Jones at bay still. Oh, Jonesy would be begging SFL to adopt a push-to-pass sort of technology at this particular point in time, because he'd be getting really frustrated with not having the ability to just see off the threat of Chris Henn here. He knows he's got the pace, but he just can't find the track position to get by just yet. And again, down the inside, now he's got it, but he's gone too deep, he's locked it up, he's in the wall. Oh no. Lured Henn into the trap beautifully and then couldn't convert. Couldn't finish the job. A simple lock-up, and Jonesy's hopes of third have been dashed. My goodness. And now Kevin Wakefield also in trouble. The end of the back straight, he's locked up and gone too deep as well. He's done a Ryan Jones. That was on the previous lap though. Are you kidding me? Edward Rollo finds himself a lap down too, by the way. Brad Rat. Oh no, Luke Brooker into the wall. Brad Rat not in the leagues to do it though. That's disappointing. We need to get you on board the platforms of the GSRC, Bradley Rudder, but that's okay. But he's going to have some fun watching from the comment section by the sounds of that. Brad Rat and also Kurt Nommensen have already mentioned that it looks like it's going to be a spicy sort of affair when we get to the mountain in GT3 Pro-Am. We'll bring that to you from 8:45 7:45 Eastern Daylight Time, and we're just running through the slew of incidents that have taken place throughout the course of the last few minutes. Yeah, same spot for Scott Hasler. He's done it twice now. He's on a hat-trick. Too many drivers just getting too greedy with the ripple strips here, it would seem, Adam Lavis. And that was Ryan Jones. So he lured Hen into the trap. He tried to go outside to lure Hen to go to the inside, and then as Hen has switched back to try and take the line, Jonesy's done the switch back on him, dived to the inside. He set the trap up beautifully, just couldn't finish the execution of the move, and will have to settle, I think, for position number 3 or 4 at this point, unless he can find something in the last 2.5 minutes to reel in the 0.8 of a second deficit he has to head at the moment. That's Luke Brooker in 8th. Mark Hilly has got back to the start-finish line and started lap 16. We will get to 17, but we'll go into overtime to do it. It says 2 minutes on the clock. It's going to be about 3 minutes of racing left here tonight for you, ladies and gentlemen, from Miami International Autodrome. There's Hilton Boot down on the inside. Thanks for coming. That's a good move, completed on Mark McNamara. Booth goes through to 12th. So, yeah, it's an interesting one. Again, we've seen exactly why people haven't warmed to this circuit yet, Adam Lavis. If you're trying to execute an overtaking manoeuvre here tonight, you'll need a dose of Panadol after the race.
Well, there's some spots to do it, but you just got to be mindful, because you got to think of it a little bit early. Because if you get tempted to make the move a little bit earlier than the good spots, then you lose your chance at those good spots because you'll make a mistake and not have that run that you need to execute at the premium spots at the end of the straight. So, but you see, there's plenty of slipstream down these 2 big long straights. So, setting them up and getting the good runs is where it's at, and trying to force your opponent into a little error to make it easier for yourself is always handy.
How filthy is Chapo going to be? Can find the 6th spot after that contact with Scott Hasler. Karma for Hasler with the second spin, so, I mean, he's down in 9th spot at the moment. He's not moving from there, despite the 10-second penalty. He'll still be ahead of Brett Bradbury. White flag flies, this time by the line for Mark Hilly. He's coming onto the main straight now. Hilly sees White.
Take 2.
Chris Hen back under assault from Ryan Jones. Jonesy's reeled in the deficit and caught him again. The defence of Chris Hen being put to the test once more. Jonesy goes deep again. This time he doesn't bugger it up. He's still hanging tough around the outside. He's going to go and get the job done this time round. At long last, perseverance pays off for Ryan Jones, and we've got a lot to go. What about that for a comeback? At no point, there's contact. A little rub of the wheels. It looked as though the chance at a podium finish had gone beckoning a couple of moments ago and fallen out of his grasp, gone begging, but all of a sudden he's found a way to get himself back onto the podium. And now Chris Hen has to see off the looming threat of Craig Bond with half a lap to go. Jonesy had it, gave it away and got it back again. Another podium finish coming his way in SFL. Bond will try and add insult to injury here on Chris Hen. Hen defending, Bond to the outside. If he can hold that, he'll be in the right position. He'll be in the right position. He needs to go deep and hold it. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Contact, hold it, hold it. Bondy's going to go through on the inside. That brilliant bit of racecraft for the boy from Gundagai. And Chris Hen, who had 3rd with a lap and a quarter to go, is going to come through and finish 5th. And now, look at this. Look at this. It is Rubens Barrichello and Michael Schumacher all over again. It's multi-21. Dan Yeaman, this would have been perfectly executed and exercised by the crew and orchestrated from Orbit Drop Bear Racing for Mark Hilly to cede position and allow Dan Yeaman to go through with the bigger picture of the championship in mind, and Yeaman has a win that he probably shouldn't have had again at the Miami International Autodrome. Jonesy gifted him one a couple of weeks ago at Donington. Whoa, Hen and Bond contact after the line. I think we need to go back and have a look at their run to the line, actually, Adam Lavis. That got a bit spicy, I think, because when you look at the finishing margin between the two of them, it was only 0.15 per second. So let's have a look at this, because Bond got the move done, and it was brilliantly done. It was forceful, it was aggressive, it was round the outside. Hen had been in ultra defence mode for the better part of the last 5 minutes. Firstly with Jones and then with Bond, and Bondy's just said, no, sorry mate, coming through. Then we need to have a look at what happened on the back straight here, because Bond has gone deep and defended on the inside. Hen's gone to the outside. Hen's gone around the outside. Oh, fair play. No, that's okay. That's all good. A little bit of a lock up from Hen. And Bondy sees off the threat, and Bond comes through and picks up 4th. Across the line we go. And there's... Yeah. Oh, geez. Hen just showing he's disgust with what played out on the last lap there, I think you'll say. What the hell? Wow. Okay, excellent. 17 laps in the book. Mark Hilly has just done what Craig Bond essentially did for Marcus Watson last week, and just got out of the accelerator and allowed Dan Yeaman to come through and just let the seas part and clean up the pieces and take another win. And it's vitally important, those 6 points that are going to go his way. As far as this championship's concerned, he needs every, bit of luck to fall his way with regards to the threat that is Marcus Watson, because when Watto's been here, he's not finished out of the top 5 once. Yeaman, of course, also on a good run, but a 7th and a 6th in recent weeks meant that result was key tonight. And he's gone out there. Second would have been good enough to take the lead in the championship, but Mark Hilly has said, no, you've got a championship to play for. I'm only here for a bit of fun. I'm going to let you have at it. That was perfectly orchestrated, albeit cheekily done by the Orbit Drop Bear stable. Well played, boys. Dan Yeaman gets a W. Mark Hilly can celebrate as though he was the moral victor, as Piers Morgan would say. And Craig Bond is in here in the commentary position after a top 5 finish for him as well. And suffice to say, Chris Hen was less than pleased with the fact that you got him on the final lap, mate. But that was a gutsy, ballsy move from you, and I was impressed with how clean it was. Well done.
What move? Because a lot of that race was good. But, yeah. Yeah, that's the most I've enjoyed SFLs, and I think we should just take all body parts off all the other cars and we'll have good racing, because surprisingly for a Formula car, the racing was insane.
Well, that's exactly right. We weren't sure what we were going to get tonight, although, let's be perfectly honest, it was bloody lonely at the front until the last lap for Mark Hilly. We'll deal with him in a moment. Him and Dan Yeaman have just dived into the commentary box as well, ladies and gentlemen. But let's talk about you. Good pace in qualifying. 4th on the grid, stayed there. Bit of movement up through the field at one point there in second, mate. You were going well, but obviously just couldn't hold off the threat that was the pace of Dan Yeaman, the experience of Dan Yeaman. He got through. He made you work hard to get by him in the first place, and then obviously got through with better strategy and better pace in the end. And once he got clear of that pack, he was gone. But you worked well, I thought, to get by A, Sam Chapman, and B, obviously Chapo's had a run in along the way. He'll be a bit aggrieved by that. Great work to see off the threat of Chris Hen there on the final lap. At what point did you know that you could get the job done around the outside at the hairpin at the end of the back straight there, please?
Oh, is that the move you're talking about? I don't even know. Never.
Oh, okay. I
don't really know. I've already thought what happened in the race. So.
Well, mate, you were 5th, right? And you're going down that curved back straight they've got there, and you commit to the outside, you get the job done, and then you consolidate and you get 4th, right? And then you get shunted into and given a little bit of hip and shoulder and what for after the checkered flag has waved, which is probably a good thing that the checkered flag had waved and the race was over for both of you.
Yeah, well, that was actually a fun move. We got into the side of each other there, and I got a 4X, and then I don't know what was the go post-race was, but yeah, if race control wants to do something, they can. I'm not fussed. But cool. Yeah, good night. I'm really annoyed at myself though with the wrong strategy call, trying to come in early and try and undercut him and get out of the battle. But I think that was the wrong decision and ended up costing me probably a top 3. And then taking tyres also was probably not the smartest decision.
No, probably not. But in saying that, the other thing that we need to highlight here too, mate, obviously, yeah, you've given the field nearly 2.5 seconds there with that tyre strategy call. But to still get a top 4 finish, you are ruining what might have been last week now that Marcus is in the naughty corner this week and not on the grid. But I tell you what, he's probably more grateful than ever before that you did that now, considering the team tactics that we've seen executed by Yeaman and Hilly tonight.
Well, yeah, there's always a pro to con to what I did last week, but yeah, hopefully he can go on to win championship. If not, then I'm going to be really disappointed and wish I took it for myself, but...
Indeed. GT3 Mount Panorama, 90 minutes. Your thoughts?
Someone could have told me it was going to be wet.
No.
So I've just joined and it's wet, so I'm kind of surprised and don't know what I'm doing anymore.
And by the way, we'll see. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to conduct child supervision at music concerts in relation to your reply to my Amy Shark share a few moments ago. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to. It's bad enough that I've got to babysit nieces and nephews. But anyway, for context, for those of you playing along at home, Amy Shark's about to drop some new music and probably a new album and probably a new tour. And Bondi's trying to score an invite to come along as my +1. We'll see.
You're lonely.
Yeah, that's very true. I don't need any more drive-bys from you. Get out of here, go and get acquainted with the wet at Mount Panorama. We'll see you in about 2 hours' time.
Thank you.
Oh dear. And at that point, I'll get his thoughts on next week as far as this series is concerned, because we go to the Algarve International Circuit, which is the scene of many an enjoyable Super Formula Light excursion in the past, not least in Australian Open Wheel Nationals, going back a few editions. Now, okay, you two need to get in here and explain yourself, please. Mark Hilly had that thing by the scruff of the throat and played the team game and ceded position on the final lap. You gift your teammate an extra 6 key, vitally important championship points. Good sportsmanship, sure, but a second in the statistics column on a night where you just blitzed the competition, mate, on pace. It just looked like you and this circuit gelled like, you know, a duck to water.
Thanks. That's really nice to hear. Yeah, I know Dan's been fighting he's been talking about the championship for a while, so it'd be kind of unfair if I've done like a week's prep for this track for FDL and then come in and beaten him when it doesn't, you know, the championship doesn't really matter for me. I just drop in 1 or 2 rounds a season to have a lob. So I just think it was the right thing to do, and I think he'd do the same were the roles reversed.
Well, we saw that last week with Bondi doing the same for Marcus with regards to a view to his championship aspirations, but then Marcus ended up in the naughty corner, not on the grid tonight anyway, and he was actually half committed to not turn up for this thing anyway from the outset, and then obviously the penalty has forced his hand. That's a really good sportsmanlike approach from you, I must say, but it's interesting. I want your thoughts on this because obviously you've come out and made this look, you know, really easy. There's still not a lot of love in the house across the board on the platforms of the GSRC for this circuit yet. I might ask if you would be so kind to get you to enlighten our audience on what exactly they're missing out on, because again, you've been getting yourself very well acquainted with this real estate, and it's a new track to the server, and it's taking a while for everybody else to warm to it.
I don't blame them. This track surface is pretty horrible. The actual layout's kind of fun. I think they need to improve the track limits through the S's. The chicane is woeful, but it's actually pretty fun for racing, I'll give them that, even though I didn't do that much of that tonight.
Well, that's exactly right. It's a good circuit to drive, you could say, a bit like the Bend. It's a great circuit to drive, maybe not necessarily for door-to-door racing. But from that standpoint, mate, I mean, obviously, FDL, bigger picture for you there at the moment. Give us some intel into how that's going for you, and obviously when we might see you pop up again and have a run in this series.
In terms of FDL, that has been my main focus this year. It hasn't gone well through internet and hardware issues, so I'm pretty far down in the standings. But my pace has been good, and that's what I've been focusing on. So I got my race tomorrow, so I hope to do well in that around the Nürburgring, GP layout. So we'll see. In terms of when I'll be showing up here again, I really have no idea. Whenever I get a Monday free, I'm usually busy, but I set aside today because I wanted to help Yeaman, and I also wanted to practice for FDL.
And help him you did, but only come the final lap as far as the actual race play out was concerned. In saying all that, mate, at one point there we were wondering if there was two different strategies at play, but obviously the fact that everybody's came in for a pit stop kind of eliminated that theory. We were wondering if you were holding up the defence and Yeaman was going to try and undercut everybody with a fuel save like what he did at Okayama. That didn't end up being the case. Nürburgring, obviously a different assignment for you than what is our next assignment. Are you enticed by any of what you see there if you get a Monday free? Algarve, Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, the Bend, I think we're on the west configuration for that, and then Sebring?
Barcelona is pretty fun, and so is Sebring. I enjoy Sebring in these cars, but Algarve doesn't really interest me. It's a good track. It's good for racing. I don't know. It just doesn't tickle my fancy. And the Bend West layout is just I don't know. It's nothing bad. No complaints. I just have bigger things to focus on, sadly.
I actually think that's the best of their layouts, quite frankly, from the racing that we've seen there already. Anyway, well done, mate. Great performance. Great to see you back, even if it is a cameo. And all the best with what's ahead for the balance of this term, the balance of this year. Hopefully we'll see you back on a regular basis at some point. But in the meantime, before I let you go, anyone you want to thank?
Big thank you to Yeaman. He motivated me to get out here. Same with the rest of the team, like Ben Woods, Connor Nickton. They always talk about this. So that's a lot of fun. But big ups Yeaman. Better get this championship. And if not, I don't know, I'll step in.
He might have to call in the forces for some backup in the final week at Sebring. And let's not rule that out, because we know that every point, every inch is as good as a mile, right? So it could make all the difference in the end. On your mark, well done, mate. Thanks for dropping by.
No, thank you, mate. Have a good night.
And you might have heard the second chuckle there a few seconds ago was from Dan Yeaman himself, ladies and gentlemen, because he knows exactly the favour that's been done for him here this evening. But obviously the first, pick-me-up was the fact that, or leg-up, was that Marcus was not on the grid. He's been rubbed out for a week across the board, unfortunately. Safety licence, penalty points and other things. Those indiscretions don't help championship campaigns. But before we go into any of that and the fact that you've been gifted a second W this season, let's get your thoughts, because I was interested to get Mark's views on the circuit itself and the fact that he spent a lot of time chipping away at it. It was interesting to hear that even though he's absolutely torn it to shreds tonight, even though it doesn't reflect like that on the scoreboard, obviously, even though he's torn the track to shreds, he can understand why people aren't yet warming to it, mate. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, it's I see why it's divisive, and I think I do agree with a lot of the assessment points that Mark gave tonight on this Grand Prix configuration. In a car like this, it's maybe a little easier to tame, but even then, so the track's not always forgiving. There's some interesting track limits you can use and exploit, but then you also got to combat the chicane under the interstate up there onto the backstretch, and how you choose to try and ride the curbs can sort of mix things up in this kind of a car. So that tonight, and also just a couple moments where I was dancing on the limit of the brake bias, front and rear locking with my driving style, which obviously hurt me on lap one in particular, with the way I drove it into the final hairpin there. But at the end of the day, Mark had the pace to cover me all race long, and I had told him that he was to go out and win this one on the merit. But unfortunately, I can't control what he does when he's up the road that far and he decides that he's gonna roll back. So whilst obviously I'll gratefully accept the win for the stats and the points, obviously would have been more than content with second.
And that's the point as well. gifted 2 wins, but in very different ways. That one deliberately, Jonesy's was completely and utterly unintentional at Donington Park. But you take them any way you can get them, especially with a view to how tight this points race is going to be. You and Marcus Watson, of course. The good news is you are going to have a little bit of a buffer to play with going into the final 4 rounds of the season, mate. And well done for that alone. There is the lay of the land after 6 rounds, ladies and gentlemen. 330 plays, 285. Yeaman on Watson. So he's maximised that opportunity presented to him tonight and run with it like a scalded cat. 45 to the good, turns a 21-point deficit into a 45-point profit. Obviously next week is when it gets interesting, because that's when drop rounds and a few other things come into the equation as well. Jonesy with third tonight goes up to third on 276, 253 for Chapman and 222 for Scott Hasler, and Chris Hand and Brendan Grosh back there 6th and 7th. Brooker, Funslow, Bond make up the top 10. Good result from Bondy tonight, a 2nd and a 4th in the last couple of weeks. Means that even though he isn't in championship contention, he's certainly in the mix now for a top 10 finish. Dan, let me ask you about this, because obviously it was very quick, very evident very early on that the pace that Mark had on board, right? He was there to do a job, but at the same time, he disappeared before he could really actually help you in any way, shape or form. You kind of got fed to the wolves. You had to really work hard to get your own clear air.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the things was I did tell Mark to just drive and not to really be here exclusively as my wingman tonight. And yeah, I tried to sort of be a little more safe with the car. I mean, there was that moment on lap 3 where Chris and Craig both, I had to run on Craig and then Chris had to run on both of us. And that was nearly a little hairy into the first straightaway there. But thankfully we all survived with only a bit of wheels into fenders and wheels alike. So that was good stuff with them. I guess it was curious that both of them then chose to keep fighting for that 3rd place and not try and keep me honest, because that fight between the 2 of them continuing was what gave me the space to run free and finally breathe. At the end of the day, the whole point of tonight's race, once I'd heard that Marcus wasn't going to be allowed to race tonight, was simply just bank points. It didn't really matter. Obviously, the more the better, but it was just a matter of both keeping my nose clean and keeping myself, things like 0x bonus, got that tonight, so a couple extra in the bank for that. And there was a little bit, obviously, protecting the position on track that we had for ourselves at the start of the race too. But we'll try and balance it out in moderation. Indeed.
You mentioned wingman. At what point do you engage services of one or more for the solid, purpose of running a race in relation to you rather than running their own race like Mark did tonight?
Ideally, I'd like them, if my teammates are going to come and race, they come and race purely on their own merits. I can't stop them, though, mind you, from joining the server.
That's it.
So, end of the day, I can only tell them what I'd like them to, which is allow me to do this on my merit. And hopefully it'll be enough to hang on now that the tables have turned with Marcus and the point standings. But look, there's still 4 weeks of racing to go. There's still every possibility that I'm going to miss weeks for work, which would nullify the benefits of Marcus having a week suspension, whereas I'm still all clear so far. So, yeah, we can only wait and see on a week-by-week basis how this goes. So the championship still, weirdly enough as it is, can't really be a thing I think about. I just show up, race, and hopefully put my best foot forward each time.
All right, mate, very nicely done. And Seb Dash, I've got to be very careful how I say the next syllable there. Seb Dash Kun. GT3 is coming up next, so don't go too far. This is Super Formula Light. GT3 is coming up next. If you're wondering why those GT3s don't look like GT3s, it's because they're not. This is the entree to the main course, which is GT3, which is coming up in about 10 minutes' time. Dan, next stop, Algarve. We got Mark's thoughts on the tracks to come. Your thoughts on Algarve before I let you go?
Look, I don't think I've been particularly positive or negative. Put that in the neutral basket so far, and I guess we'll also see how the car goes. Because, for example, around tonight, the car in particular felt like it was a little interesting. spots where you were lacking front end grip, but then you could also excite the rears with an aggressive entry or exit style out of some of the turns. So going to another place where front end is you're gonna hope the front end's responsive, but I think we're on like generally a medium-ish downforce configuration most weeks, so it might be lacking a little bit in terms of ultimate front end point. And there'll be a couple of spots where you may have to be mindful of the rear end too, with the elevation change. So it'll be a track and combination, I think, that'll reward us for being a little mindful with how we're getting around the place and some of the slower parts of the circuit, and where that elevation also either is on its own or combines with the slower corners. And yeah, hopefully we can point the car as we've done the last couple of weeks up near the pointy end when qualifying works out well for us.
All right, mate. Hey, very nicely done. Just with regards to, you mentioned work schedules, we're still good for a full live on Wednesday?
We are indeed.
Excellent.
The great news is Wednesday is the early day of the week. The short work day at this stage, it seems. Of 10 hours today, 12 hours tomorrow, and then it's 7-hour days, Wednesday, Thursday. So we'll be able to get the full live show going once again.
Beautiful. Excellent. The only concern is we might need to bring some extra caffeine on board on Wednesday night because it is here. So I'm a bit worried about how the supercars might perform around here, considering the mixed reviews we've had so far tonight. But I don't think there'll be a problem with the Legend cars. They've always been good, irrespective of the venue.
Yeah, and also the bonus of the fact we'll be on a different course configuration, which won't see them tackle this marina part of the circuit that we're watching right now as well. So shorten things up a little bit. You also, we'll miss the Grand Prix stuff at the back of the track, but that's just part of the way the options we have here at Miami. So we'll make do, I think, with those Legends cars. And once again, expect neutral at the very worst, and expect firecrackers once again if we're lucky.
And it's such a... They've done for a recently added circuit in the real world, and then obviously essentially on board on top of that the sim world. They've done a masterful job with the amount of configurations they've been able to develop along the way. We're talking about street circuit configurations and alterations at the moment purely because of what's going on the streets of Adelaide in the next couple of years. Good on you, mate. Well done. Anyone you want to thank before we let you go? Are you jumping in to have a run in GT3 or not?
Unfortunately, with work tomorrow, 12-hour day, 7:30 a.m. start for me means that
bugger that.
GT3 unfortunately is going to have to be a pass-up once again. But yeah, to Mark, obviously, for getting behind the wheel. And whilst I would have been good to see him take the dub for himself, obviously appreciate the teamwork there at the end to help me out at the end of it, I guess. To the rest of the boys at Orbit Drop Bear, racing, or even with our club committee members here in this particular year for the club. Hopefully they're putting in their weight with the various club tasks, and then to team partners, Revolution Race Gear, iLiveries as the big ones on the car, and then to Encosi Engineering Solutions, Hybrid Racing Simulations, Hybrid Tune, Demon Tweaks, and the Fight Colorectal Cancer campaign, which are all on the car and supporting us, or us supporting them in the ways we can. Shout out to all those businesses and organisations.
Very nicely done. 4th race win of the term, mate. 2nd and back-to-back round wins for you as well. In fact, looking at your statistics, only round 1, you haven't netted a podium finish for the round when we look at the points breakdown. So you're on some sort of good hot streak at the moment. Hopefully that continues when we get the Algarve next week. Look forward to catching up Wednesday night before then, though.
Cheers, Zach, and indeed, we'll see what we can deliver on Wednesday night.
Well, yeah, what we deliver will be very much dependent on what the driving cohort delivers. Let's hope they actually turn up for this circuit. There he is, Dan Yeaman, a break and back. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. It's a Monday night. It's Waste Options GT3 on the other side, the main course offering, and it's the first of the Enduros for Term 1 of 2026. We're here with thanks to Disruptive Labs, Waste Options, Trophy AI, merch.tgsrci.com, and also, of course, the great people at Flash Graphics. SFL done, Yeaman victorious. Let's wait and see what comes of our latest race out of GT3 Pro-Am on the other side of this short break, and we're reliably advised to bring the wet weather gear. So we'll see what the weather gods have in store for us when we get to the best 6.213 kilometres of motor racing bitumen anywhere in the world in just a few moments. Stay with us. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, Monday Night Motorsport, the mecca that is Mount Panorama, the first time that we've seen it on broadcast this year, and we are ready to rock and roll for Waste Options GT3 Pro-Am and a massive grid in excess of the number that you saw for the 12-hour in the real world recently. We're in the 40s tonight, but it's treacherous and tricky out there at the moment. They are slipping and sliding and crashing all over the place, and it's only the warm-up, so that bodes well for an interesting 90 minutes. This is the first of two Enduros in Waste Options GT3 for the campaign. It's a 14-race campaign. We're halfway through the complement, and this is race 8 of 14. Still a couple of sprint rounds and a 60-minute race to come, but two 90-minute races headline the back half of the term. There it is for you. Very lightly wet at the moment, but we'll have a look and see what the track is doing once we get to the race proper, which will be about 1 o'clock local server time by the looks of the mathematics going on in front of us here. 22 km/h winds in a mostly northerly direction, 26 degrees the ambient, 23 on track, and 0% chance of rain going forward, but what have we got, 66% humidity in the meantime, so it's sticky at Mount Panorama tonight. The championship points, we're not going to run through the circuit in great detail, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know it by now, go and surrender your Australian citizenship, quite frankly. A Waste Options GT3 Pro-Am as we approach 8:50 on the East Coast and 5:50 on the West Coast and 10:50 in New Zealand. Reads all Porsches really in the top 12 with the exception of positions 2, 5 and 8. And of course a couple of Porsches, a couple of non-Porsche entries beyond that in 14th and 15th as well. John Wright, 202, Paul Wood, 182, Andrew Neal, 165, Bobby Camo, 157, Dave Oliver, 143, then Braden Friend, Jason Wilkinson, Dale Atkins, Derek Fitzgerald and Greg Heaney making up the top 10. And the pleasing thing for mine, ladies and gentlemen, as we have a look at the grid tonight, and there's a very, very big mix, a huge mix of manufacturer interest here. It's not just Porsche heavy like what you'd see in the Pro Split. There are a couple of other manufacturers popping up and doing so prominently. Brad Watson, pole position, 205.271. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, local server time, 23 km/h winds in a northerly direction, 26 degrees the ambient, 23 on track, still lightly wet trackside. But as you can see, blue sky breaking through. So this will transition wet to dry tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Timing your pit run, it will be critical to your success, one would think. Brad Watson, Bobby Camo, front row, quarter of a second, the pole margin there. Sean Rigby, Patrick Frame, second row. John Wright, Tony Baker, third row. Matt Carrick, Paul Wood, fourth row. Jason Wilkinson, James Lawrence from 5. Andrew Neal and Eduardo Zamora from 6. Matthew Gerard and Daniel Snedden from 7. Kurt Normanson and Ben Gorringe from 8. Then Dave Oliver, Warren Ibert from 9. Marcus Cook and Stephen Gallacher from 10. From 11... it is Nathan Michael and David Benays from 12, Sam Woodhouse, Derek Fitzgerald from 13, William Ong and Cooper Friend from 14, Jordan Dakin, Brett Bradbury and Jermaine Takaloo and John Akers from row 15. From 16, it's Daniel Piper, Tom Pritchard. From 17, Alan McDonald and Greg Heaney. From 18, Sean Bedici, Cameron Dakin. From 19, Dale Sharp, Adam Proctor. From 20, it's Daniel Cheney and Michael Vanderven. Then Brooklyn Brennan, Dale Atkins, Lockhart Brownlee, Joel Naughty and Neil De Bruin make up this 45-car field. Travis has a party in race control. Neil De Bruin, Cooper Friend, Sean Benici, Alan McDonald all on pit road. Brooklyn Brennan, Daniel Piper not even in the server anymore. 39 on track, 4 in pit lane, ready to fire at Mount Panorama Bathurst. The first Enduro of the campaign in Waste Options GT3 Pro-Am. Let's go to work. It's going to be tricky and slippery in the early stages. Have a look at the water, the spray splashing up all over the place. We hit Hell Quarter for the first time. And there is a mix, Adam Lavis, of drivers on wet and dry tyres. So it is fraught with danger in the early stages here. Sean Benici's already parked up and exited the server. There's trouble at Hell Quarter as they tippy-toe their way through there. Alan McDonald, Daniel Piper, Cooper Friend, Neil De Bruin joining the race from pit lane. But Sean Benici, the first retirement of the night. Up to Griffin's band. Sean Rigby in the McLaren wants to go around the outside to lead on Brad Watson, will do so. Brilliant start. Watson on the dry tyres. Everybody else around him in the top 10, top 12 in fact, on wets, including Daniel Snedden in 12. Was that a wall scrape for Sean Rigby? It may well have been so. Up to the top of the mountain for the first time. Porsche's running 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 at the moment. So too 10, 11. Very good to see McLaren and Ferrari at the front of the field. Paul Wood in the Merc in 9th spot. They're going to slip and slide through here. There was definitely a wall cloud back there. Who's going to cause the first big shunt of the night? Will we need a safety car at some point? We'll wait and see. When will that transition from wet tyres to dry tyres be? Matthew Gerard's off the road. Exit stage right at McPhillamy. Or is that? No, we didn't even get to McPhillamy. There's been carnage at Reed Park. Eduardo Zamora caught up in that. One line groove down through the debris on the run towards the elbow. And make note as well, ladies and gentlemen, of lap times here, because there will be a vast discrepancy between the wet lap times and the dry as this race plays out. Now Sean Benici has joined the server late in the piece, so he is actually out there all of a sudden. He was showing out of a server minutes ago. He's obviously dived back in. Maybe there was a tech issue at his end with the internet. Maybe. Down Caltech's chase for the first time out of Conrod Straight, down into the chase. John Wright off the road through the gravel trap. There he goes. Oh, jeez. Wowee. John Wright will have a massive photo next to his name.
Living up to the team name?
Exactly. Send it. Just didn't send it well enough, unfortunately. To the end of the to the end of Conrod Straight, to Murray's Corner at the end of the first lap. 2.5 minutes gone, and 87.5 to go. Holy smoke. Massive, massive spread. There's people in this field still coming out of Caltech's chase, for goodness sake. And it's going to be like that all night long. It won't take long for these guys to fan out and find their own real estate. It'll spread even quicker and separate and divide this field even quicker because of the variable weather ahead and up above at the moment. Having a look through the field, as I said, everyone, David Bernays and Marcus Cook are now on pit road. Matthew Gerard back on pit road. Dale Sharp parked up out of the race. McDonald Daniel Piper have, of course, rejoined after starting from pit lane. Neil De Bruin and Cooper Friend, having started from pit lane as well, have already jumped up pretty much back to where they started. De Bruin up 10 spots, actually. And Cooper Friend -3 at this point. How close do you want to get to the wall? My goodness. But manufacturer representation out there tonight. Ford, Mercedes, McLaren, Porsche, BMW, Acura, Aston. What's that, 7? Ferrari makes 8. I can't see any Chevs and I can't see any Lambos, and the only Audi in the server again is our mate Travis Azzopardi in race control. So that's not going to work.
So Brad Watson's going to be gambling and starting on dries. He's struggling hard at the moment, but if it does come to him, as long as he doesn't lose over a pit stop to the leaders, it could be a benefit here, but he is having a hell of a time staying on track.
Oh yeah, and it only takes one slip up too many. All goes down the gurgler, all to the proverbial. Down Conrad, Andrew Neil goes by as though he's standing still. Watson's back 9th at the moment. Next in line to make life difficult for him is Paul Wood. Whoa, jeez, Andrew Neil and Brad Watson nearly coming to blows on Conrad Straight. To the chase we go for the second time. Just getting a question there from Jake Slade. What happened to Dan Snedden? We'll get to some replays in a moment, mate. That's a very good question. We'll find out. He's dropped down 20 spots, down to 34th. I would hazard a guess that he got caught up in that garbage at Reed Park on the opening lap. And we're getting incidents called in all the time into race control. So Travis Azzopardi's got his work cut out for him tonight. Off goes Eduardo Zamora at Caltech's chase. And Kurt Nommensen as well. Neil to Hell corner drifting through. And all the meanwhile, Sean Rigby has a 1.3 second advantage over Bobby Commode. They're well clear of Patrick Frame, Tony Baker, James Lawrence has the fastest lap of the race. And 2:24.4 the last time through. Brett Bradbury, sometimes I wonder why I even bother. Yeah, I said the same thing in relation to my own existence, mate. Don't worry. Whoa, Lawrence is off the road. And there goes Andrew Neil. Sliding in sympathy into the wall at Griffin's Bend. Watson, Wood, Wilkinson and Dakin all go through, so too Woodhouse and Michael, and that car of Andrew Neils is broken. Oh, trouble on the cutting, on the approach. One of the orbit drop bear cars got to the side of James Lawrence. So that's Lawrence in his second incident between turn 2 and turn 3. We said it would be good. Oh, tippy-toeing there through is Paul Wood, trying to get by Watson, under pressure at the same time from Wilkinson, and he's taken as well with Woodhouse on his inside. Now that would bring back post-traumatic stress disorder sort of symptoms for anyone that was here. Can we get a look at McPhillamy Park for a moment there, please? Adam Lavis at Skyline. That strip of water that's just sitting there on the racing line as you come across Skyline, right next to the Ribble Strip. Anyone that contested the Australian Open World Nationals that was held at this venue will remember that strip of water fondly for either good or bad reasons, and they would be having nightmares just looking at that right now. Marcus Cook is 34th at the moment. Our leaders approach the chase once more. Barney Baker having a magnificent run in the Pulse Tuning Porsche. The Lexus of Melbourne. Here's Patrick Frame. Respect the meatball. I like that. Have we had any meatballs yet tonight? We should have. On the run down to, oh no, trouble. Brad Watson, exactly what Adam Lavis was talking about. The dry tyre's just not the right one to be on at the moment. He's being punished mercilessly at this point. So Andrew Neil, James Lawrence, Daniel Snedden all on the pit road at the moment. And the attrition rate is climbing. We've already had, believe it or not, whether they've started on pit lane or they've had to enter pit lane after the fact, but Beachy was out there for a lap, is now parked up, is done. Dale Sharp, Brett Bradbury out of business. Daniel Snedden, Matthew Gerard, Andrew Neil, James Lawrence, Warren Ibert, William Ong, David Bernays, Marcus Cook, Kurt Nommensen, Daniel Piper, Neil de Bruin and Alan McDonald have all been to pit lane at some point during this race, whether they started there or have been there through incident in the first 3 laps. And now Cooper Friend, of course, started on pit lane too. So that's already more than a third of the field, I reckon, if I've done the maths correctly. At least a quarter of the field, maybe a third. But it's already been to pit lane. Dale Sharp turned around opening lap. And did he get a cloud on the way through, or did he just give up knowing that it would be a bridge too far to climb back through the field for the remaining 89 minutes? Sean Benici, he got as far as Griffin's Bend and said, you know what, I've had enough. He got stuck on the curb, didn't he? He did, yep. He got stuck on the Ripple Strip at 2. At the notorious Ripple Strip at Griffin's. The one that once you drive onto it, you're not getting off it without some sort of assistance. That was Matthew Gerard clouding the wall. That set off a chain reaction. Look at this, 1, 2. In fact, they did very well to get through there without more incidents, to be fair. Gerard had broken car for Frog Leap. Marcus took the unlucky one that smacked him on the way through. Teammate on teammate, was it? Oh. And Ben Goring, of course, couldn't take a trick in any of that for risky business. Oh dear, you've just got to be in it to survive and in it to win it tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We pay down the 25th position. With the rate of attrition we've already had, there's a strong chance that only 25 will finish tonight. That was Daniel Snedden getting turned around on the second lap, so that was the same time that all the garbage was going on just ahead of them. Oh, and unfortunately where he's parked, you can't park there without causing a knock-on effect for everybody else oncoming. Have a look at it again, and he did it all on his own too. Wrong place, wrong time, I think. And then as he's tried to move across, Glen Seaton 1989 style, wrong place, wrong time, and there was another car already there. It was like an immovable sort of chicane for the drivers to navigate, and race car drivers don't handle late changes like that very well. Oh dear. Ben Goring to pit lane. Jordan Dakin up into 8th spot. Movers and shakers so far. Sam Woodhouse plus 16, Jordan Dakin plus 19. He's just going by, Brett Watson's just going by him. So that would suggest to me that we've transitioned to very lightly wet, maybe Adam Lavis. The fact that Watson's on a charge back through the field, back up into 8th spot, wide at Griffin's, but that's okay. Holy cow. Tony Baker, the fastest lap of the race, 2:22.532. Side by side of them under the cutting. Hold your breath. Oh, there it is. There it is. Uh-oh, wait for it. Wowee. Brad Watson caught up, and in behind him was Sam Woodhouse. All of Woodhouse's good work undone with a click of the finger. And Rigby, Camo, Baker, Flame and Wright remain the top 5. If you can avoid incident tonight, Adam Wagas, A, you're lucky, B, you're in the minority, and C, the world's your oyster.
It's one of those tracks where it's already dangerous as it is, but add some water and some mixed tyre strategies, it's going to be very hectic here for these opening half an hour or so for these guys to sort themselves out and find their track position without having some scars.
Absolutely. Again, next time we go past McPhillamy, have a look at Skyline, folks, and that water that's lined up on the edge right next to the Bridges strip, on the sand trap side of the track. Have a look at it. It means that all these guys have to get smart and change their driving style or line as they go through. And they've been across it now 5 times. They're aware of the situation up there. There should be no more excuses for that. And that standing water could well play its part for the balance of the night. Because unless you've got cars driving over it, you're not going to clear it. Very lightly wet conditions now on circuit, 25 km/h winds though, which are stiff and strong. To the northeast of us is where that's going. So the circuit, this is the northern end of the circuit. As you go up the mountain, you're travelling to the south. Down the inside, 3 wide to 1, that was never going to work, so they sorted it out 2 by 2. That's okay. Lockhart Brownlee in the mix and loses out. Jason Wilkinson, Brad Watson go through. Stephen Gallacher there wanting to weigh in on it as well. And Greg Heaney's not too far away. Top of bottom of shot, very back of shot. Coming out of Helt corner, up over the crest along Mountain Straight we go. So very lightly wet. Yeah, it's interesting. Northeasterly winds. So we're on the western side of the circuit now. We're heading south. But we've got to go further west to do it. So we go right, we go up the hill. But yes, South Bathurst is the postcode location for Mount Panorama. So as you head up from the northern end of the town, which is the bottom of the town, you're heading up to the top. And Daniel Heaney isn't yet with the fast lap of the race now, 18th position, 120.41, sorry, 220.416, speak English there, on the wet tyre. Bondi's here early. There it is, bang! Cleanse the victim straight away. That was a walkout for Jason Wilkinson. Absolutely. And bang into the yellow wall. My goodness. Get to you in a moment, Bondi. I'm not terribly pleased to see you here this early in the piece. There's that water. Bang! Passenger. Goodbye. Whooshka. And then no grip, no help. No luck, straight into the wall. My goodness, Jordan Dakin under pressure here from Brad Watson halfway down Conrod. Look at the spray. Watson through on the dries. Back to 7th. It's 23 seconds. The advantage that Sean Rigby, who leads this race at the moment, enjoys over Brad Watson at the moment. Dakin up 19. Michael up 12. Brownlee up 32 at the moment. Heaney up 20. Proctor up 21. So too Cheney. Mitchell Vandervan down in 20th position is up 20, and Joel Naughty is up from 44th to 21st. That was Tom Pritchard at Griffins. Oh dear, Nathan Michael to pit lane, so he bails early. Is he going to the dries? We'll wait and see. It'd be too early to be considering a pit stop if you're going to stay on the wets, I would think. Yep, he's going straight to the dries, so he'll be positioned on pit lane for a little bit. Up to the top of the mountain we go once more. We'll keep that weather tab there for you, ladies and gentlemen, if we can, because that'll give you an idea of what these guys are contending with at the moment. Bondi, what brings you back so early, please?
Got taken out and the chase from my car spinning through, and then... Yeah.
In the wet?
Yep.
Copy. Drying conditions. So it's not dissimilar to this. Brad Watson, fastest lap of the race on the dries, so we're in that window now to transition across, and probably in that window on the time meter as well, ladies and gentlemen, to transition, complete that first CPS, transition back across to the dry compound tyres, but you're still going to have to tread with caution out there around Mount Panorama. Unlucky, but not terribly surprising. We've seen a few incidents here that would suggest that there's been a few innocent bystanders tonight, Bondi. I'm sure the pro split will be no different.
Yeah, it's just a huge disappointment. I had alright pace, and then, yeah, I chose the wrong rear wing, etc. for the race anyways, so we're not doing much practice in either series tonight. Pleased with SFL, not so pleased with GT3, but we'll come back next week.
Indeed. Before I let you go, obviously have to ask you about what's ahead. So next week, Nürburgring sprint racing in GT3, Algarve for 30 minutes in SFL. Which one are you looking forward to more?
Yeah, GT,
yes.
would it play? Okay.
You can think about that as long as you like. We're here for another 70 minutes, Bondi. Into pit lane, Patrick Frame and John Wright. These pit stops are happening early, Adam Lavis. So these guys have probably done the numbers and they've probably worked out that they can get home from here on just one more stop. How are they going to be for fuel, do you think?
Should be okay. I believe the fuel, because this early stop's gonna be less fuel burn anyway because of the wet weather. But in a full dry condition, I believe the range is between 35 and 40 minutes. So normally you need 15-20 minutes. So it is around about that point of time. Plus the fact that they had a little bit of a slower start to the race with the wet conditions, so it should be all right. Yep. But they just might have to just keep an eye on it at the end of the race there. And it'll mean that their strategy will now be basically no margin.
Well, that's right. That's exactly right. And most of them are diving in. So Alan McDonald, Mitchell Vanderven, Dave Oliver, Paul Wood, John Wright, all in this time through. And the leaders will soon be getting that memo to do the same, you would imagine. Brad Watson, fastest lap of the race, 2:14.058. He was 6 seconds quicker than Sean Rigby that last time round. Watson is really on a mission here, and he's a chance because he'll be on dries for the balance of the night. He won't be transitioning back to wets. He'll be staying on dries. That's going to save him some time on pit lane for starters. And secondly, as the longer these guys stay out there to get into their fuel window, the more time he's going to chew out of them. So this advantage that Rigby, Baker and Camo enjoy at the moment is very quickly going to evaporate. It's down to 8 seconds already, first to fourth. Wilkinson under pressure from Greg Hinton at the moment as they hit the dipper. Have you come up with an answer for me yet, boy from Gundagai?
I'll just turn up and drive.
Okay, copy that, thank you. Lockhart Brownlee down Conrod now. And straight past.
Lockhart's car is not very healthy in the front end there.
It's not. That's going to hurt his straight line speed, so that's what's going to compromise his run. So Jordan Day been able to hold on to 6 for the moment. Brownlee goes deep on the inside. They make contact. Wowee, and somehow they got away with it. Brownlee goes through to 6th. Rigby and Komodo pit lane. Watson goes through fast lap of the race. 2:09.34. He's 5 seconds a lap quicker that last time around compared to the time before. Now that's why the likes of Rigby, Camo, Brownlee and Dakin have had to now jump into pit lane. They've called it, they've seen it, they've become aware of the threat and acted accordingly. 2:09.34. He gained 5 seconds in a lap. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so in 3 laps, the track is basically almost in a lap or two, it's going to be dry because these cars are good for 2:04s, 2:05s at full race pace. So 4 laps to go, 27, so definitely wet, and then 10 seconds, and then another 4 seconds, and then another 5 seconds. So you just slowly, the track is coming in line fast.
Indeed. And then we'll worry about the lap count for you, ladies and gentlemen, the calculator to work out exactly how much mileage we're going to cover here tonight at Mount Panorama. Whew. What the hell? 20 minutes gone! Bang! Brad Watson, can you believe that? He's had a monster moment at the top of the mountain. He had the victory in his lap and he's thrown it away. Unbelievable. Another contender bites the dust and it was the pace setter and that car is cooked.
If you can
Just
get,
when you think you know what's coming next.
if he can get it back, he has got a fast repair, but it's going to be a bit of a struggle here.
Well, he's got to turn. He's got to turn right at some point. He's got to turn right. My goodness. Tony Baker is just loving what he's seeing because he's got a clear track in front of him. He's probably going to have to come to pit lane. The car was unsettled before he even got to the AstroTurf there on the inside of the crest at the top of the mountain. And Brad Watson has written off the McLaren. Oh, sorry, the Ferrari. Ferrari. Sorry. Sean Rigby, this race was the effective race leader. He was in a McLaren. Brad Watson off track. That'll be at the chase any day of the week. John Akers up the main straight in trouble. This is the moment again for Brad Watson where it all went up in smoke.
He just committed to a dry line, like skyline there. He didn't take any lift there before the crest there. He's gone for the full send, and unfortunately he wasn't ready yet. The track wasn't quite there.
Got a little bit too greedy with it, didn't he? Got a little bit too greedy with it. In comes Proctor, in comes Cheney, in comes Friend. And unfortunately, Watson has had to get on the tow rope. Watson couldn't make it to pit lane, so something's gone awry at the chase, and he's had to tow back to the lane. And that takes him out of contention. Oh boy. And all of a sudden we're back with a wash, rinse, repeat of what we've been seeing all through the season, and that is Porsche 1, 2, 3, ladies and gentlemen. And no, it's not a Thursday night, just to remind you. I was running through the list earlier. Bondi might be able to help me out here. I was having a look earlier at the other manufacturers that we have in the server that we don't have on the grid tonight. The only three that I can come up with are Lambo, Audi, and there was another, Chevrolet. They're the only three that I can think of that we don't have tonight. We've got Porsche, we've got McLaren, we've got Ferrari, BMW, Ford, Mercedes is out there through Paul Wood, Acura through Dale Atkins, and Aston Martin through Neil de Bruin and Kurt Nommensen. They're the eight. There are no more. The only Audi in the server is that of Travis Overparty, but he's purely in there for race control and doing a nice job of it as well. He's had a lot of work to contend with tonight so far, I think, I'll track. And, yeah, no love for the Lambo and no love for the Chef.
We're assuming Gerard, or maybe not.
Hey, Gerard, let us put the bite the concrete.
I was going to say maybe it's only a physical thing with the wing, but look like now it's a little slippery on him. So yeah, I think he needs to get that fast speed on some point.
There's still a lot to be excited about on this racetrack. It's still very lively out there. It's still very treacherous. There's still enough water to trip these guys up. Bondi, Wednesday night, how are you feeling about the supercars around Miami now that you've driven the SFL around there, please?
It really suits a Formula car, Miami. I really enjoyed tonight. Supercar, at least you'll be able to take a bit more curbing and the little chicane thingy, which I had a half spin at tonight. But yeah, it'll be nice to see how supercars do around there.
Daniel Cheney also on the tow rope now, I think, too, ladies and gentlemen. 16, 17, 18 seconds he's been on pit road. This is how it happened. Another one bites the dust at the top. I thought I heard the sound effects going off, and he had sympathy at the top of the hill. So we were looking at that shot, and obviously Bondi was having a chat at the time, and we didn't get a chance to come back and cover it off. Water again for Cooper Friend. So that pit lane start has now just bitten him in a big way. Two completely separate incidents, isolated at the top of the hill, but you had one parked left and one parked right, making it nearly impossible for the drivers to get through at the top of the circuit. In comes Gallagher and Morty, they're back out again, and all the pit stops with the exception of Matt Carrick and Eduardo Zamora. Carrick out there on wets, Zamora on dries, and only 1.5 seconds away, it's important to note, Carrick off the road, there he goes, yep. That'll do it. Oh boy. So now he's under threat once more. Carrick has fallen back into the clutches of Zamora and Frame, and Rigby has gone through and is building a lead very quickly. 2 seconds to good. Eduardo Zamora needs to get by very quickly. So too Frame, because they're both on dries. They're both on the tyre of choice at the moment, and Carrick is a sitting duck. Through they go. Respect the Meatball and also LS Racing, Carrick for Riot Sim Racing, relegated to 4th, Adam Lavis.
So I think we're definitely going to put a shout here for Ed. He's the only one to take the gamble on the dries and survive the wet phase. He's actually now on the... he does still need to probably do 2 stops compared to the other guys, but he's put himself a lot further up the field than he might have been. So, yeah, very good on him to manage to... Oh, this is as we're talking up. He has a little wobble there. But yeah, to survive that early phase on the dry tyre, he's done well.
Some big news coming through as well, ladies and gentlemen. The first details of next summer's cricket schedule have just hit the inbox. Australia are going to start their summer, of course, with Bangladesh touring in August, and then they're going to South Africa at the end of September. They're going to play 3 ODIs in South Africa, then they're going to play 3 test matches in South Africa. All in October, so you'll see them all on Fox Sports. October 9 to 13, October 18 to 22, and October 27 to 31. The 1 day as we've played before we go back into summertime, and that'll be September 24, 27, and 30. So make a note of all of that. Oh, trouble for Paul Wood now, the latest victim coming out of the chase, the rear end of the Merc. Just spits Woodsy out into the concrete. Driver's right at turn 22. And you can just see him having a little bit of steer there to feel what the effect of that impact might have been on the car. And he's just going to have to persevere with it for the moment, Adam Lavis, because he has no leverage. He needs to get to the next round of pit stops. Oh, bang. Big hit. Marcus Cook. You don't have a small hit at the top of the mountain, let's be perfectly honest. Cook's done. Cook is cooked. Too soon?
There's usually a puddle on the inside here. Yeah, that's what Woods got. You got to give him a wide berth in that second apex in the sweat.
And you know, because you're in that Australian Open World Nationals that I referenced earlier, Adam Lavis, those puddles around here are death traps.
Oh, indeed. As I said the other week when we had the wet racing SFLs, the SFLs themselves are just treacherous and wet by themselves. Other than having a track that's sketchy and tricky with the little secret puddles here and there. So, yeah, it's just got to be mindful of those spots. And just, yeah, it's got to be, that's one of those things why everyone always, in a wet race where physically, they always say physically it's not a problem, it's mentally. It's because you've got to concentrate all the time. Because as soon as you stop concentrating, you fall back into a habit line, and that's where the puddles might be.
To the left we go. Eduardo Zamora. Second place on the racetrack, but look at the lead that Sean Rigby has opened up as a result of those two getting stuck. Firstly, behind the car that was on wet tyres, and secondly of Carrick, and secondly through the little hop, skip and bobble that Zamora had on the exit. Rigby now the fastest run of the race, 206.80. Brownlee coming back out on the racetrack after a second stop. James Lawrence parked up at the top of the mountain yet again. The water again.
Oh, sorry.
Nowhere near as big an impact. Yeah, he had sympathy. Nowhere near as big an impact as you might have expected. Wowee.
Yeah, it's good friend again.
Brad Watts. Yeah, good friend. Second time. Yeah, well picked up, Adam Lavis. Have a look at this. Water on the inside and the outside. Double whammy. Bang. Oh. Can we just have a look at the casualty list so far? Brad Watson's still sitting down on pit road and has been for 7 minutes and 42 seconds. So he's night's cooked. He's done. Dale Sharp out. Sean Benici, Brett Bradbury, Daniel Snedden, Jermaine Takaluke, Tom Pritchard. That's 6. Watson at 7. Marcus Cook, Daniel Cheney, 8, 9. We're down to 35 already. We only need to lose another 10 and everybody that finishes will get points. But again, oh no, more trouble. That's Matty Gerard a third time. Oh dear. And he's just a sitting duck there on the exit of the cutting at the moment. But the interesting thing out of all that, when you have a look at the running order, Bondi's still with us here in Central Commentary as well. We might get some insight from him as we go. He won the top of the mountain. Massive chance, Stephen Gallacher. He has somehow caught that and been able to drive away from the scene of the crime. How he hasn't collected himself or anybody else in something more sinister, I'll never know. Have a look at this again for a wild ride. Water, water, goodbye, bounce back. Oh, how lucky was the Whiskey Business Racing car to get away with that. Go and buy a lotto ticket. My goodness. What the hell? Sam Woodhouse almost caught up in his second major incident of the night. Are you kidding me? That is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
I think he has. He's got a front crush frame. He's been caught up somewhere or something.
Oh, yeah. As I said, he's already had an incident, but he got caught up in something earlier. But he escaped major damage there, and that could have been night done. Sean Rigby, fastest up the race, 206.725. So the pace is coming to the circuit now. But you've still got to be so cautious at the top of the hill. Look at the water still standing there across Skyline. They're lucky. They're somewhat lucky. That doesn't flow. Like it sort of just sits there at the top of the hill. It hasn't flowed on down and just provided all sorts of grief for them on the run down towards the elbow. Like the rest of the track is bone dry.
The one thing would be a nice little Tempest upgrade is if they've done all the undulation and the puddle building, but they forgot to add the drains, so the puddles stay there, which is a bit frustrating because they stay there a bit longer than they should be. But you just got to keep them mindful and work yourself around.
Nathan Michael, sitting there sixth at the moment. Big movers and shakers tonight. Greg Heaney up 25 positions. The only driver yet to stop, Eduardo Zamora. After 14 laps, he sits there in position at number 3, up 9 spots, 11 off the lead. Patrick Train's got 5, 3 different manufacturers and teams in the top 3 at the moment, 5 different teams in the top 5, in fact make it 6 in the top 6. Rigby fastest up the race, 206.150. It's what happened to Ben Gorin at the top of the mountain.
Oh, you got the inside wall.
Punch, goodbye. And that's the point, right? We talk about the early trouble that you can run into, boys, and Bondi, you know this as good as anybody, and so does Adam, right? Because of incidents like that, you've only got to survive tonight, and you could walk away with championship points. Perseverance is key. Hopefully, the guys that have run into trouble early that have sat with it and soldiered it on will end up being rewarded. Long way to go, but the attrition rate already in the first third of the race, we're only just into the second third now, would suggest that there's a bit more on the way, and points paid down to 25th. We might finish with more than 25. Not everyone might go home with a championship point, but you've got to be in it to score. Look at the water on pit lane and on the inside of the main straight. There'll be no 3 wide down the main straight tonight, I wouldn't imagine, ladies and gentlemen. Plus, you've got to adjust your line for turn 1. You cannot afford to hit that apex because you'll end up aquaplaning all over the joint. Madness. So if you're just joining us, yes, Cricket Australia and Cricket South Africa have confirmed the schedule for Australia's first test tour to South Africa since Sandpaper Game. And that's the big news that's breaking tonight. I knew something would happen tonight. It's been a good night, don't get me wrong. Without the Winter Olympics, with no cricket until 12:30, something had to give. And Cricket Australia and Cricket South Africa have seen that as a good opportunity to just get in there and shine some spotlight on themselves and announce the dates for the first of the international complement of what's going to be an enormous summer coming up. 4 tests against New Zealand as well. And I think the Poms are coming out for T20s and ODIs as well. So that'll be obviously through November and the very early part of December. And then there'll be 4 tests against the Kiwis. Whether Sydney is the 4th of those or not depends on when they can get out of South Africa, of course. Noting that the last test there finishes the 31st of October. So in all likelihood, if they can get back to Australia, I think it's 5 T23 ODIs, might be the other way around, against England, and then against the Kiwis we play test matches in Perth, Adelaide. Whoa, James Lawrence, another off-track excursion at the top of the mountain for him maybe one too many. We're supposed to play 4 tests against New Zealand. Technically, they could get them in from early December, play Perth and Adelaide back-to-back before Boxing Day, and then Sydney. And it also depends on when the BCCI decide to schedule the start of the Border Gavaskar Trophy Series, which is due for 5 test matches in India starting mid-January 2027. Down the inside, that's a really good move. Bernays. Oh, jeez. Hildebrand sitting there in 29th position at the moment. Bernays, Nommensen. Good little squabble going on there at the moment. Oh, hang on. We've just had a couple of cars towed. Patrick Frame and Nathan Michael. What's going on there, please? And James Lawrence has come to pit lane under his own steam. But Frame and Michael have ended up on the tow rope, which has just vaulted these guys up 2 spots. So something's happened between those two. Or it could be 2 isolated incidents. Let's have a look. Oh, top of the mountain. Oh, no. Gap's not there, Nathan. No. So massive, massive moment at the top of the mountain. 2 cars written off. Patrick Frame, the first one in. Bang. He's going to get collected here, isn't he? You just get that feeling. Bang. Yep, there it is. Bang. From, was that one of the Frog Leap cars or someone else?
That's that's an RER car.
Revolution, yeah, okay, and Nathan, oh my goodness. Now,
So-
if that was the real world, that's a safety car caution every day of the week. But the joys of the sim world, nothing to see here, ladies and gentlemen. Fast escape, off you go, play on. Bobby Camo. Bang, he got pole whacked.
Yeah,
He was aware of what was going on, the car behind him wasn't.
Yeah, it's John Wright, I think, in the centre.
And there's further contact that, of course, embroiled Nathan Michael and everybody else. Right, bang into Camo. There you go. What? He would have just been arriving on scene, sending it appropriately, and then be like, what the hell's going on here? Why is everybody pulling up to a crawl? There's no traffic lights here. It's not a pedestrian crossing. David Bernays also caught up in another incident at the top. And now the retirement list grows again. Ben Loring's out. Ben Goring is out. James Lawrence is out. Nathan Michael and Patrick Frame are probably done for the night. Bobby Camo back on pit road now and out again. Oh dear. And Lockhart Brownlee with the fastest lap of the race, 205.377 in amongst all of that. My goodness. Bondi, you're watching this madness unfold. What are your thoughts? You'd just be disappointed you're not out there in the thick of it, I guess.
What do you mean? I'm not watching anything.
Oh, okay. Well, what are you doing here still then? Because he's literally sent me a message 10 minutes ago, ladies and gentlemen, saying I might leave in 5 or so. Just ask me anything you need or want the next 5 minutes. So I've only just got that message, and here I am asking you something. It's like, can't give you anything because I'm not watching what you're talking about. So that's good. Okay, boy from the under guy, well done. Thank you. Enjoy your beauty sleep. Enjoy school. Good to chat as always. Good luck for the rest of the week. We'll see you Wednesday, eh?
Thank you. I'll enjoy my sleep at school.
Trouble at the top. And that one was Sam Woodhouse. That's a 3rd incident for Woodhouse tonight. He's got company in the form of the Right Sim Racing entry. That's, I've missed who that was. It's Matty Carrick, of course.
It's Andrew Neil first.
And Andrew Neil was first in there as well. So Send It and Whiskey Business involved in their 2nd major incident at the top of the mountain. As many laps. Andrew Neil falls victim of the water. Wowee. Look at that. My goodness. How many big shunts have we seen tonight? How many big hits are we still going to see as this race plays out? Because as you can tell, that water's not going anywhere. That water's there for the balance of the evening. You only have to mistime your run into... Well done, Paul Wood. You only have to get your bearings wrong, miss your apex on the run up to Skyline, and you're a passenger. Very good luck to you. We're only 18 laps into this race, ladies and gentlemen. Sam Woodhouse off track again. That was just trying to get into pit lane, for goodness sake. Now he has got in, but whether he'll get an unsafe pit entry or not. Yes, he has. He's got a black flag. There it is. I thought that was coming his way. So that's just going to add insult to meet injury. Have a look at this retirement list. Andrew Neal, the latest one of those. So we're down to 31, and with Matt Carrick, Patrick Frame, and Sam Woodhouse all on pit lane, we could be down to 28 in the next short while. And we've wiped out more than a third of the field. This is ridiculous. Rates of attrition, if ever you've seen it. I don't think we've ever seen a GT3 race here as chaotic. In the entire history of the club, Adam Waivers, we've had a lot of GT3 races at Mount Panorama. Name one more chaotic.
I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. There's too many to recall. But yeah, I think another one in the water, but he saved it.
Oh.
Saved Dylan Piper there. Got away with that one. So that's one of his 9 lives if he's a cat. But yeah, it'd be interesting because I don't think there was any weather in the 12-hour over the weekend. So it's one of those things. All those guys are all Bathurst up, and now they've got a new variable. And it's throwing a spanner in the works, and a few of them are coming off from the wrong side of the ledger.
That's it. Oh my goodness. 42 minutes gone for you, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying it. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. I'm glad that the timing issue going on my timing screen was reflected on your screen as well, ladies and gentlemen, because that means it's Adam Lavers' end, not mine. I was only telling the boys earlier that there'll be some in-and-out upgrades happening at mine in the next short while, which I'm very excited about. All for the efficiency and the effectiveness of the broadcast, but also other Wi-Fi uses like streaming TV programs and other things. He's done the puddle and smack bang into the wall. Things like watching sport, using social media, all that sort of stuff. It's going to become a heck of a lot easier for me in this man cave in a couple of weeks' time. I'm very, very excited about that.
Okay, this shows you how big of a traditional field spread. So we just saw John Wright have that big conch top at the end of the skyline there. So he's pitted again to buff that out. So now the car's nice and shiny again. So even with an extra pit stop, he's still running 8th. That's an indicator, isn't it, as to how fraught the danger this race has been. I mean, Sean Rigby is 22 seconds clear of anybody on the racetrack, and that is just with clear air and faultless driving. So there's the gaps to the leader.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Have a look at that. That's enormous. Everyone down to 25th on the league lap at the moment. Fitzgerald won't be for much longer. Woodhouse with the black flag, still sitting stationary on pit lane after 3 minutes worth of running repairs. Whether we can get that sorted and get back out there again. Remember, 75% race distance is enough to be classified tonight, ladies and gentlemen, but you need to be in the top 25 to score points. So it is a double-edged sword for William Ong, David Bernays, Matt Carrick, and also Sam Woodhouse at the moment. And Bernays and Carrick remain a lap down, as does Ong at this point. Oh dear.
Another one.
And in 44 minutes, I don't feel as though I've been able to draw breath yet. That's Nathan Michael getting caught up in another incident at the top of the mountain, but this one's an isolated single driver affair. Madness. Absolute madness. Have a look at it again. This is John Akers there in position number 8 at the moment. And he's, of course, chasing the orbit drop air entry of Lockhart Brownlee, who's up 36 positions. Just have a look at the amount in that totem pole, ladies and gentlemen, next to the race numbers and interval in the middle there. Right? Have a look at the amount of green, and then have a look at, in that top 30 alone, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 of those drivers are plus double digits. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those are plus 20 or more positions, and 2 of them are plus 30 or more. It is madness. But it goes to show you that it is possible on a chaotic night such as this to have a clean run. It's incredible. John Akers takes us back to Conrod once more. Rigby's lead is 21 and three-quarter seconds to Tony Baker, who's driven a faultless race as well. No trouble, Alan McDonald on replay. Thanks to disruptive lads, as Cooper Friend and Sam Woodhouse go back to pit lane. Well, Cooper Friend's back on pit road, so it actually is that. Cooper Friend, I think, is on the tow rope. Yeah, that's him right there. He's caught Alan McDonald at the cutting. So that's Cooper Friend saying, you know what, I'm sick of this. I'm done. And Jason Wilkinson off the track at the top of the mountain. Kurt Nomanson caught up. Oh dear. Watch Wilkinson. Wilkinson's had an off-track excursion as well, but it wasn't here. Nomanson very lucky that he's left of all the potential oncoming traffic and has just decided to tow. And I think Kurt's decided to park up. So I dare say our green room will have a visitor in just a few moments' time. Only Wilkinson. Wilkinson just... We haven't seen much of that tonight, have we? Wide at the chase, but when you try and rejoin and you get the water, grass meet water meet, let's go and do a donut. What the hell? Oh, and Adam Proctor now on the tow rope as well. Murray's corner. Into the wall. Every day of the week. Oh, side on impact, that'll hurt. Won't be able to drive it out of there. On the tow rope, Adam Proctor. And all of a sudden, we're down to 25 runners on track. I mean, Friend and Proctor and Woodhouse might yet get back out there, but we're down to 25 on track. How quickly does it happen? And just as I anticipated,
or maybe even
predicted, Dakin hands the spot to Heaney. Heaney goes through. Heaney goes to third. He's plus 31. And Kurt Nomanson joins us in the commentary box about 45 minutes earlier than we would have liked.
Yeah, and I couldn't get out of there safely, and then I also had incident point limit, so I just went, by the time I tow back and then have another pit lane, it's probably just not.
Well, see, this is where you're wrong, my little buddy. Because I'm looking at the attrition rate at the moment. You could have still got 25th tonight, Kurt. You could have still scored a point. Because they're dropping like flies. Oh no, that's true. They're dropping like flies, mate. Have you ever been involved in 45 minutes of racing on the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club as chaotic and as cutthroat as that? Because like we haven't been able to draw breath here in Central Commentary. There has just been action left, right, and centre.
Yeah, it's been pretty chaotic. That incident with Dan, the other Ferrari, when they drove backwards up the track, caused me to just drive through their car. They were parked in the middle of the track after headbutting someone. So it's been crazy out there.
Indeed it has. Indeed it has. Hey, let's get your thoughts. How's everything played out over the course of the last few days? I mean, are you happy to see the back at Bathurst now?
Yeah, our 12 hour wasn't the greatest. We just had people that, they decided that 2 hours into the race we're going to move under brakes going into Murray's corner and put you on the track. So, I'm happy to see the back of Bathurst. It's just not been my track this week, apparently.
No, absolutely not, mate, unfortunately, but sometimes that's the way the conference, as you know. From your standpoint, I mean, we're looking at the Aston Martin. I mean, obviously the Porsche's been the car of choice, but nice to see some other manufacturers front and centre tonight. Unfortunately, just not for the Aston.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I definitely had pace in the car. Like I was catching some of the boys near the back, just driving quick. Like I think I was like a second or so faster than some of the boys around me. Just couldn't do anything without, driving into water and putting them off the track. So it was better to play it safe than, send a silly dive and take two people out.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Stay with me. Plenty to chat about over the next 40 minutes or so. Alan McDonald on pit road right now. Could that be the start of their run home? Could that be them pitting now to top up the tank and get back out on the racetrack and drive through to the checkered flag or not? We'll wait and see. It certainly would appear to be the case for Alan McDonald. Cooper Friends off track again. And Cameron Dakin and Dale Atkins are as well. Oh, Atkins has just lost out to Naughty. Dakin's got... Oh, Friend. Wow. Mushkar. Into the wall and clouded it on all four sides of the car. There was just no saving that, unfortunately, for him. Wowee. Massive. Massive. Dale Atkins clouts the wall at the grate, and then off they go. Yep, there it is. How well did they do to catch that? Jesus. There's been some mega saves tonight. That might be up there with some of the best from Dale Atkins and also from Cameron Dakin. But Joel Naughty's been able to wedge his way in the middle of that battle pack at the moment. Kurt, not the result you're hoping for tonight, mate. Nürburgring's next stop, sprint racing. Thoughts?
We'll just have to see how we go. I haven't seen the action around there, so not 100% sure how that's going to go. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, and hopefully it's not too bad. It was pretty good around here. It was absolutely awful with Bob for the 12 hours, so it was nice to be competitive again in gents.
Neil De Bruin there in 18th spot at the moment. What else is on the racing agenda this week, please, mate?
Show up for supercars more than likely, and then yeah, maybe we'll turn up to Porsche Cup. Not 100% sure on that one yet, but those are the main things at the moment. And there'll be probably not much racing over the next week because I got concert next Thursday and stuff like that. So it'll be a couple of weeks where I'm not racing.
Oh, that's true. How do you feel about the fact that you're going to be sitting on the sideline for a little bit? Are you going to get itchy feet while that's the case?
No, it should be right. A lot of practice and try and get better in the supercar in that time off. I'm not, racing, so I'll be more focusing towards next season, and we might hit up some coaching and try and get to the front of the dev split in supercars again.
Very nicely done. Miami International Autodrome. Have you started your prep for that for Wednesday night?
No, but I've got Wednesday off, so I'll probably spend all day doing laps around there more than likely.
You'll bloody drive yourself insane. But
we're insane. We do sim racing anyway.
Well, that's true. Cooper friend Alan McDonald still sitting on pit road, so we're down to 24 runners on track at the moment. Down the inside goes Bobby Camo, beautifully done. Sliced through on the inside of Mitchell van der Ven, and Stephen Gallagher around the outside as well. Capitalises on that move from Camo as well. So a battle for 12th on the racetrack. It's the best battle pack on track at the moment. It's the highest placed battle pack on track. The top 12, top 11, relatively lonely right now, ladies and gentlemen. Joel Naughty, Cameron Dakin, Cameron Atkins, all on pit road. David Bernays on the tow rope, and this is why. Out of Griffins, goodbye. Oh, no. Greg Heaney on the tow rope. Oh, no. What's happened to Heaney, please? Oh, top of the mountain. Top of the mountain, claims another one. Here it is, water. Yep, there we go. Goodbye, Greg. See ya. Oh, dear. Smack into the wall, and then just to finish the job at pirouettes, and he grabs both sides, and Greg decides that'll do, mate, that's enough. And Lockhart Brownlee as well has clouted the wall and then got the water just to add insult to injury, and this is not going to be a fun ride for Lockhart. He's pulled up.
I think the first one's got the special.
Done. Wow. So just like that, see, Kurt, you could have persisted with it, son. I mean, whether you're in the championship or not. I mean, Adam Proctor's gone out since you retired. Cooper Friend is still on pit road, has been for 4 minutes. David Bernays is out. Lockhart Brownlee's out. Greg Heaney's on the tow rope and on pit road. Alan McDonald is done, although actually, no, he's showing a lap down. Pretty sure that puddle is made of whiskey. Probably a good sign for Andrew to go and have one, actually. Good on you, mate. Thank you. Jordan Dakin to pit road right now. Starts the second round of pit stops. John Akers follows him in. We should be seeing all the second round of pit stops in the next couple of minutes or so, folks, because we're firmly in the window, considering how early everybody stopped first time through. Wow, wait. See, this is the thing, right? You know, Kurt, Adam knows, I know, just how difficult this beast of a racetrack can be on a perfect day. But on a day where we're having that transition of wet to dry, puddles are staying there because no one's game enough to drive through them to clear them. It's not a straightforward assignment because you've still got to contend with some elements of the deluge that preceded the race, and there's more trouble at the chase. Oh, bang, there we go. Derek Fitzgerald turned around. Off track went Neil De Bruin. And Derek Fitzgerald still pirouetting through. let's have a look. That's Jason Wilkinson going to 17th position. John Akers, Dale Atkins, Warren Ibert to pit lane. And Sean Rigby's about to come through and put a lap on these guys at the end of lap 25. So that's how dominant a form he's in at the moment. He's still got his second stop to come. But see, this is the thing, right? We know how big of a challenge this racetrack is in the dry on its own. But now, I mean, that water patch has been there 55 minutes, actually, 56 minutes. Jeez, it goes quick, doesn't it? And it's still tripping people up. They're not going to be able to clear it tonight, Kurt. It's just that deep and that firmly set in. There's just no clearing it. There's not even a point where you can get it to where you can clear it enough that you can actually drive through it at any point. We've seen enough candidates try that rather unsuccessfully.
Yeah, it's deep, but the problem with it is the painted curb that it's sitting up on top of as well. The water itself isn't too much of an issue, but there's a white line right under it and the painted curb, so you just step a millimetre too far into that water and it just pirouettes the car pretty quickly.
Indeed it does. Sean Rigby there at the moment, the race leader, and coming up on Jason Wilkinson to put him a lap down. Off goes Eduardo Zamora. That's at the chase. I'll guarantee any day of the week. William Ong down at Murray's. And into the wall. Adam Proctor and a few others know what that's all about. Hard to believe Lockhart Brownlee out of the race despite setting the fastest lap, 2:05.377. I'm not sure how many drivers are going to actually be interested in coming in and dissecting their race tonight, Adam Lavis. We might get out of here early. Particularly because two of the guys that normally do come in after the fact have already been gone, come and went. Well, Kurt's about to go, of course. He's more than welcome to stay if he likes, but I mean, obviously, that's one less post-race interview we have to do. Bondi's the other. So, yeah, wow, what a rate of attrition. 26 laps in. Sean Rigby the leader by 21 seconds. John Akers sits 16th at the moment. Neil de Bruin goes to pit lane. Akers and Fitzgerald continue on. And Cameron Dakin to pit lane. Eduardo Zamora in and out after lap 25. He's done. But Sean Rigby is winning this one in a canter this evening, ladies and gentlemen, unless he puts a foot wrong. Hard to believe that that was what tripped up the early race favourite, Brad Watson, of course, from pole position. He was one of the early retirements, Adam.
Well, this is him checking. So he's not really winning this race because he's in the wrong server.
Oh no. Oh.
So yeah, there's actually 3 or 4. I've noticed there's 3 or 4 guys here that shouldn't be here at the moment, but most of them have crashed. I think Rigby's the sole survivor.
Jesus.
We were wondering that when we saw the name.
Yep, that's fair. Unbelievable. They're still mucking that up, and it's week 6 of the term. Dave Oliver is third on the racetrack. John Wright goes through. Tony Baker goes through. We are watching John Akers in 14th. We are watching Derek Fitzgerald chasing him down in 15th. But yeah, holy moly. And it just goes to show how treacherous it can be. I mean, I'm not even sure I recall seeing puddles linger that long in the real world at the top of the mountain, Kurt. Maybe we haven't perfected the drainage system at the top of the circuit when we laser scanned it with iRacing.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but yeah, it's the mountain gives and the mountain takes, and it's definitely taken more than it's given tonight.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Down Conrod Straight once more. We're nearly a full-blown hour into this thing, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, give it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2/3 of the race gone. 1/3 to go. Sean Rigby to pit lane to complete his second and final stop. 27 laps in that hour, with pace continuing to build here, folks. We're on track for another 15 laps or so that'll probably get us to 42. But it's going to be firmly on Rigby's watch. So if he can get on with it fast enough, we'll get 41 definitely. 42's a maybe at this stage. But it's firmly on his paddle. John Akers in 13th under pressure. Derek Fitzgerald. They're side by side at Griffin's Bend. Akers goes through and holds 13th for the moment. Yes. Very interesting to see how this one played out. Never seen a totem pole with so much moving and shaking as this. Daniel Piper up 25 spots, Jordan Dagan up 23. Mitchell Vandervan up 32, 35 for Joel Naughty. I think I'm right in saying that, and just about everyone that started this race actually completed a qualifying lap. So everybody's in play as far as most positions gained is concerned, unless, of course, they've done themselves an injustice, a mischief by jumping into the wrong circle, of course.
Yeah, indeed. So I think, yeah, interesting. I'm surprised because Greg's hit didn't look like it was a terminal damage. I'm surprised he didn't get the car spun and just take it to the pit lane and get his second stop, because he's lost a bit of extra time than he needed to. He's back at 15th now, but yeah, that's unfortunate for Greg there. He probably could have still got into the top 10 pretty comfortably if he was able to bring it into the pits, but unfortunately he took a bit of a toe out of it. But yeah, so now what we got, so Joel Naughty, 35 spots up, so he's the current most successful driver to tame the conditions tonight.
Indeed. Always going to be difficult to tame as well. Something about Mount Panorama, it just brings them in from out of the woodwork. And I mean, the fields in GT3 have been great all season, so too Porsche, but particularly good tonight. They come out of the woodwork to have a bang around Mount Panorama, ladies and gentlemen. It's steep in history, tradition, culture, and universally revered. But notorious for big shunts in just as much a vein as it is notorious for some of the great moments that we've ever seen in Australian and world motorsport history. The 12-hour proved that in the real world, of course. Derek Fitzgerald at pit lane. Not quite cleansed with this field. Tony Baker's still due to stop. So too Joel Naughty. That's about it, though.
No, pretty sure we still got Baker, Wright, Piper, Camo, Naughty, and Wilkinson's probably on the bubble. He might be able to get home with lap 21. So yeah, I think they're the ones that get to cleanse it.
Ooh, so there were a couple that started in pit lane as well, you're right.
Although Wilkinson just got a black flag.
Mm-hmm. And he's off the track as well. Oh no, another one at the top of the mountain. Wilkinson's gone. This time round, surely he's not going to be able to drive it back. Who's that with him? He's going to try. He's going to try, but he's got a black flag for his involvement in that. And we need to pick up who the other car is that's come onto the scene late in the piece here. That's nowhere near as big a shot as I thought it was going to be. And Akers, it's isolated. Akers has gone in on his own account. And he hasn't even written his car off. Greg Heaney's back on the tow road. Naughty now comes to pit lane. What the hell? Kind of makes you sort of wonder, doesn't it? Kurt, far less of a headache being here in the commentary box with us, but again, it's a case of you probably could have got back out there and still got a result.
Yeah, probably, but yeah, I'd rather protect the mental. It's just, yeah, it's one of those races that if you're done in and your mental's gone, it's probably not worth going back out there because you can harder.
Absolutely. Oh boy. Okay, in comes Tony Baker. Rigby, Wright, Dakin, and Piper, the next few on the racetrack. We've picked up Piper here. The margins are astonishing. There's not much we can do about that, ladies and gentlemen, apart from throw a safety car and bunch everybody back up again. Not that I'm suggesting that Travis Hunt Party should do that, of course.
To play a bit of devil's advocate here, Dave Oliver here, he's in line for a potential podium, given that he has completed his final stop. So it'll be interesting to see where he filters out once these other guys ahead finish their stops here. Could be at least top 5, if not maybe a sneaky podium.
Indeed, it could be a very, very solid result for Dave Oliver. He just needs a couple of things to fall his way, doesn't he, really? Flying under the radar, plus 11 on the grid, but a solid hit out so far, not caught up in any drama to this point. and would be doing a little bit of fuel saving along the way to make it more feasible too, no doubt. There's Paul Wood, 9th at the moment. Wide at the elbow, but he's okay. In comes Daniel Piper. Yeah, it's not worth the torture or the headache beyond a certain point. I mean, Henny's on the tow rope now again as well, so it could be the end of his night. But this is the problem, right? This is the point. There were only 23 cars still actively in any sort of involvement in this race in contention. Sam Woodhouse has been on pit road too long. He won't make the 6 laps back, and nor will that put him at 75% completed race distance. So everybody from Lockhart Brownlee down is done. Van der Ven and Heaney get back out on the racetrack. That's to their own, benefit, because they can still be classified. They're only, 2 laps down on the leader, but they can still nab those minor, small servings of championship points, and every point makes a difference in a season that is 10 weeks long, and only 23 drivers eligible. 42 would mean that you need to complete probably 31 to be on the safe side. 32. Oh no, William Ong, another one bites the dust at the top. But again, the impacts are a lot softer than what they were at the start of the night. Ong trying to get back on the racetrack. Daniel Piper sits 7th at the moment. Zamora and Wood 8th and 9th. That's a good little battle. Hottest battle on the racetrack, in fact. And Ong, bang, into the wall in the Ferrari. It is such a death trap. The white lines, the water, the ripple strip, a lethal combination. And to be fair, Kurt, that's a trip up point in the dry. If you get that ripple strip at the best of times, it really smacks you out the other side, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was fighting understeer while doing a bit of practice with 12 hour, and if you smack that curve at the wrong angle, it actually lifts the car into the air and then sends you across into the wall. It is a very aggressive curve if you get it at the wrong angle, even in the dry.
Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Warren Ivett there in 16th at the moment. And he's, of course, chasing Neil de Bruin. Derek Fitzgerald in behind them at this point. Well picked up, Adam Lovis, you were right. John Wright did have to come in for a second stop, or third stop in this instance. And he's on his way now to the checkered flag. McLaren about to steal the thunder out from under Porsche. Sean Rigby on top. Tony Baker second. Jordan Dakin third. But the margin is exorbitant. It's 12 seconds first to second. There's no contest here. Trouble. Top of the mountain. They're all on the anchors at the top of the circuit. And that parked up there is Alan McDonald. And they did very well to avoid him. Oh dear. 21 minutes to go. And McDonald another incident at the top. We've lost count. The incident sheet, the alerts that Adam Lovis has got tonight, through the roof, off the chart. Neil de Bruin was perilously close to having 2 wheels in the dirt then in the grass. And I wouldn't be keen on doing that at this time of the day, given how treacherous it is on the track edges at the moment, on the verges there. I wouldn't be flirting too loosely with those lines if I was him. Rigby, Baker, Dakin, then Oliver, then Wright, then Commode, then Piper, then Wood, then Zamora, then Naughty, then Dakin, the top 11 at the moment. Joel Naughty up 34 spots. Quite a performance. Neil de Bruin up 30 as well. So they're the biggest movers of the night. And a whole heap of would-be contenders behind them already parked up and done that are just licking their wounds at this point. Daniel Piper. Oh no. Oh no. What's happened here, please? Would you bloody well believe it? Bang. That's a big shunt. The front end has been properly crunched. He got the rear, so he got the front and then he got the rear left as well. And that's properly written off. Piper's charge, done. Falls short of the mark. Now Neil de Bruin finds himself plus 31, with Dale Atkins also plus 30 and John Wood plus 35. De Bruin trying to fend off. So this is interesting too, because we've got 3 different manufacturers here. This is exciting. You've got De Bruin, of course, driving the Aston. You've got Warren Ivett in the Bimmer, which he's driven to championship success before. And then you got Derek Fitzgerald in the Porsche, the trusty old Porsche, which has been the car of choice throughout the campaign so far. There's a couple of tricky weeks coming up here, Kurt. I mean, oh no, trouble at the top again. Who's that? Darrell Atkins has had a monster at the top. Has he got any go left in that Aston? Oh, sorry, that Acura, I should say. No, I would hazard a guess. Oh dear. He's just caught, yeah.
He's actually just lost the rear on the crest there, so that's a different type of accident, Skyline. That's more similar to what we saw with Watson earlier.
Can he limp it back to pit lane?
That rear suspension isn't happy, so he's gonna. Yeah, it's gonna be struggle.
Yeah, no, he's on the tow rope. He's gone. Dale Atkins' night is done as well. So is Daniel Piper. And this is William Ong with another incident. He's running 19th at the moment, so he can have as many incidents as he likes, and he's going to take championship points as long as he gets to the checkered flag. Unless iRacing throw him out from too many incidents. Neil De Bruin, that's flying. That's on the run down to Murray's. De Bruin, Atkins stayed right on the run down to Murray's. He's on his way back to the public road and the Motor Racing Museum. Fitzgerald and Ivett goes through, and Neil De Bruin caught up in an incident that ends a charge that was plus 31. It's now plus 29, and Warren Ivett and he have come together. Wowee. 2 into 1, not able to go, but the track's wide enough there that stuff really shouldn't happen. Let's be perfectly honest, but that's how cutthroat that battle had been for a few laps. Now Derek Fitzgerald will apply the pressure to Warren Ivett. Meanwhile, look who's coming for Paul Wood. It's Eduardo Zamora. The good news, ladies and gentlemen, is that for the first time this term, I'm looking at a top 10 rather, in Wade Thompson's GT3 that has, count them, 6 different manufacturers. We've got Ford, Cameron Dakin, 10th. We've got Joel Naughty, Bobby Commode, John Wright, Jordan Dakin and Tony Baker all in the Porsches. You've got Sean Rigby in that McLaren. You've got Dave Oliver in the BMW. You've got Paul Wood in a Merc and Eduardo Zamora in a Ferrari. How good's that? 6 different manufacturers in the 10. A fair reflection of just how much carnage we've seen here tonight. And I said to Dan Yeaman earlier, I said, if the voice box holds up and survives this, I'll see you Wednesday night. At the moment, it's in a bit of trouble. Let's be perfectly honest. It is in a little bit of trouble. Oh, boy. What the hell? Absolute madness. Derek Fitzgerald, 14th at the moment. $16 minutes to go. It's about, well, Rigby's just started lap 34, so it's, and that's a good point. The gap between Rigby and Baker is only 16 seconds. Tillman just making that point for us in our comment thread, but the problem is, I don't know if it's ballooned out or whether it's been a timing glitch or something, because Baker has always been a fairly lengthy second to Rigby for much of this race. There it is for you. He's, yeah, lap 30 I think was Tony's pit lap number. Yes, it was. So that's taken care of that. The rest of it adds up after that.
So
I don't know what the hell we're talking about.
He's a little bit closer as before stop, because Tony's stop was 3 or 4 seconds slower for the second stop. So that'd be because Rigby was behind him for a little while during the pit phase. But yeah, I think there was it was a slightly quicker stop for Baker on that last run through the lane.
Copy.
As I said earlier, with Rigby technically being a pro driver, like effectively, this is currently in the lead of the race for Pro-Am's actual championship.
Copy. Have a look at how close it is too. So Baker's trying to weave his way through lap traffic here, and that's been easier said than done tonight, as Kurt will attest. It's been very easy to find yourself caught up in somebody else's incident here. He's just got to survive the next 14 and a half minutes, Tony Baker, or what we think will be 7 laps. Yeah, actually, you're not getting any change out of 41 tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We won't even get to 42. It'll be 41, and the reason for that will be that Sean Rigby started the 35th lap of the race with 14 and a half to go. The average lap speed is 2:05. So if you times 7 by 2:05, you got 14:35. So we're only going to do about 5 or 6 seconds of overtime tonight. But it will be a 41-lap race here. Warren Ibert was a little bit loose on the water going into turn 1, but gathers it up. He's got Derek Fitzgerald for company. We've got Matt Carrick chasing Neil de Bruin as well on the comeback trail to recover to get to 17th, if you don't mind. Or 16th, I should say. And that's after a third stop for de Bruin and, of course, Matt Carrick having been last on the pit lane on lap 17 for 2 minutes and 38 seconds. I'm not sure that he can survive and get to the checkered flag on those numbers. That would be a 24 or 23 lap stint for Carrick to get home. Surely he has to stop before this race is done. So that will release the pressure on the draw as far as 16th is concerned. He's not going to catch Gallacher and Fitzgerald, who've bolted 26 seconds up the road. There's your effective race leader in the wall. Can you believe this? And he has a 33-second advantage up his sleeve, ladies and gentlemen. And now he's nursing a hamstrung car to the checkered flag. Tony Baker hadn't put a foot wrong all night and is now in a world of hurt.
The only plus side is he's escaped without a meatball, so he doesn't have to pit.
No. Has he escaped without substantial damage? The car's not crabbing, so that's good. But he's caught the water, then he's caught the curb, then he's caught the grass. It's a triple whammy.
There's 2 hits to the front end. He's got to have some steering gear.
It would have to. And let's have a look at what it's going to do to his lap time.
Well, it is tracking
Your
straight.
thoughts on that curve? Adam, sorry, you finished?
It looks like it is tracking straight, so maybe he's evenly knocked both sides.
Which would be a fluke in its own right. Kurt, your observations?
I mean, it probably doesn't have much in the way of steering damage, but the wheels are definitely out of alignment, so he's probably going to have a bit of straight line deficit, especially with the front bumper being so crushed into anyway, so even if it's not completely steering damage, it's probably a lot of wheel alignment and stuff that's been thrown out.
Oh boy, have a look at this. John Wright there in 5th spot is chasing Jordan Dakin. Now all of that's allowed Dave Oliver to skip up the road and to the tune of 33 seconds. So something's happened between Dakin and Wright. Bobby Camo's on pit road and Dakin and Wright have gone through, but they've lost out to Dave Oliver, who's taken off. The Bimmer is now 3rd outright and 2nd on corrected order because we know that Rigby's not going to hold on to the win here in this split, as far as the points allocation is concerned. And Paul Wood down the inside of Eduardo Zamora. Zamora up the outside for the inside for the chase and got it. Zamora to 7th. Can these two catch Bobby Camo? How long's Bobby going to be on pit road for? It's only 11 minutes of fuel that he's got to take. So is he going to be okay? Yes, he is. He's back out. He'll be well clear. Well clear of Zamora and Wood for the moment. He's out of hell corner and they've just gone across the start-finish line. So Camo is good. But he's lost out now. Any chance of catching Dakin or Wright? Dakin and Wright still having a good little ding-dong scrap. Oh, boy. I'm going to be exhausted by the time this one's done. Absolutely spent. Stay with us, though, folks. We'll push through. We'll get the post-race show done. Plenty to dissect here. Updated championship points and everything else. And we'll preview the rest of the week's racing for you on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. This is Waste Options Monday Night Motorsport. The first of 2 Enduros for our GT3 cohort this term. The second will be Grand Final night. It'll be Road America. But then it's a very European-centric championship for the balance of the meantime. The 2 German rounds, it's 7 and 9. And remember, next week, folks, drop round weeks. Drop rounds coming to play next week. We're looking forward to the updated matrix being applied to the points equation and getting a clearer picture of who's in contention and who's not. The interesting thing for mine, Kurt, I know you're still with me, you'll be driving these. Nürburgring GP for sprint racing, we've already detailed that. Sachsenring for sprint racing, which I think will be a better show than what we had with the 60-minute affair there some time back. And then in between, 60 minutes around circuit Marco Simoncelli, Misano World Circuit in Italy. That will be a tough little slog because it's not the easiest track in the world for tin top racing.
Yeah, Misano's always kind of been a bogey track. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I just can't find any pace around there, so we'll see. And I haven't done enough laps in Sachsenring, so I'm not sure where I'm going to fall for that one. But we'll just turn up and have a bit of fun and see where we finish.
Indeed we will, mate. We've enjoyed having you stay around with us here and chat everything on and off track. It's been good to get your insights. We will let you go once the race is done, and we'll step lively into our post-race show, which was always going to be a later start tonight, folks, but with that 5-minute warm-up server thrown in as well, it means that we've got an extra 5 minutes or so to wait for that. Well, no. The run didn't start until 8:50.
This should be the normal start time. But, oh.
Yeah, no, 8 minutes to go, so it's going to be about 10:21 before these guys see the checkered flag. So yeah, it was definitely a later start. I did note that we didn't have cars on grid until 8:50, but that's okay. The later the better on a night like this. Worth the wait. In every sense of the word. Unless you're one of those drivers that's going to be rather annoyed with how it's all ended for you this evening. 205.33. Oh, hang on. I was going to say that was yonks ago. Yeah. 205.33 for Sean Rigby, not for Lockhart Brownlee. So 828, Sean Rigby. I was going to say, that just popped out of the clouds and I was like, hang on, Lockhart Brownlee's back in the server? Hang on. I was tripping there for a moment. And with no substance assistance.
Sorry, I thought Rigby had the last time, so I'll just push Sam without checking the name.
All good. Brad Washer just saying that... Brad was here. I should have read that better. Good on you, Brad. Thanks for tuning in. Saturday 58 Fan Club was a great day. But yeah, and it's a great circuit for MotoGP racing. It really is. And I think it'll be a good spectacle when we go there for sprint racing. I'm just not sure how it's going to fare for an hour. Hopefully I'm proven wrong and it gives us a really good show to broadcast for everybody around Australia. Because at the end of the day, it's the quality of the product that we pride ourselves on. Daniel Piper down the inside, gets by Neil de Bruin, goes to 16th. Stephen Gallacher is the next one up the road, but it's 32 seconds the difference there. So those guys won't be catching him tonight. Is there a sting in the tail in the final 6 minutes? What else is left? One thing's for certain, Rigby's gone out to a 25-second advantage, so lack of damage for him because he's still clocking 206.2s. So even this late in the race, with substantial damage sustained on the front end of that car from that hit here a couple of laps ago, he is still in the 206's lap. Traffic seating caution. Neil de Bruin in trouble. Had to back out of it. Oh, jeez. I thought that was going to be a very hairy moment for Neil, but the unfortunate thing for him is that lap traffic has just balked any chance he had of having a crack at Daniel Piper. He's lost 2 seconds stuck behind lap traffic and has every right to feel filthy about that at the moment. 205.15, fastest lap of the race for Rigby. 3 laps to go. Have a look at this. Bobby Cameau's done. Bobby Cameau's race is done.
Yeah, that race suspension is done. Was the rear hit more than the front that's done him in there?
That moves Naughty up to 8th, Dakin up to 9th, Wilkinson up to 10th
Fitzgerald's
now.
got done.
Whoa. Fitzgerald gets by Warren Ivan as well. Paul Wood still hassling Eduardo Zamora. Dave Oliver is still 3rd. He's 2.5 clear of John Wright. 3 different manufacturers in the top 3. 6 in the top 10. What a night we've had. That was Derek Fitzgerald getting by. And doing so very cleanly. Porsche on BMW, job done. 12th is Fitzgerald's. He's plus 12 on the totem pole at the moment. And Rigby +2, but we know he's not going to get the effective race win. He'll be crowned as the winner on track, but he's not going to get that. It's not going to reflect in his points haul. Tony Baker +4, Dave Oliver +14, Jordan Dakin +22. The big movers there. Tony Baker again. Oh mercy. Oh dearie me. Dave Oliver's only 15 seconds away from Tony right now. That's a fair hit that he's given the car. Trying to reverse it and get it the hell out of there. That margin, Baker to Oliver, is now 14.6 seconds, and one more like that, and he'll be kissing second outright goodbye, which is first when you consider that Rigby's going to be shown the door and say, make sure you enter the right split correctly next week. Surely he sustained some damage that time around.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit left-hand down, only a little bit. But if he's got rear suspension damage, as you can see, that's going to wobble around on him like that. So
it's not going to track straight at all.
2 laps to go, boys. That's all he's got to survive. And he's 14 seconds to the good. Can he hold on? The margin for Sean Rigby is 45 seconds now. And Baker that time across the line. Eduardo Zamora skirts into the water and into the wall at the top of the hill. Forward goes through the 6th. Zamora carries on with a dead front end.
He'll probably have the same thing as Tony with the rear tracking. It looks like the rear of that car's bent in a little bit too.
Right to the back end of proceedings, we've had more than our fair share of drama. What the hell? This is madness. Rigby, Baker, Oliver, right, again! And there goes Fitzgerald, or Akers I should say. Rubbing the wall at the top of the hill. You can't rub it any closer than that. Now they're both under the pump. Akers trying to hold off Fitzgerald. They both avoid the water like the plague. This is the battle for 11th on the racetrack. Tony Baker last time through 226.7. He lost 20 seconds that time through. And now Dave Oliver's close within 3 seconds because of this cutting. Oh dear. Dave Oliver is on for not just the move, but therefore the win as well. He's got it done. He's through. Baker's on the tow rope. That's why Dave Oliver leads. Dave Oliver leads effectively. In Waste Options GT3 Pro-Am.
No rear wing.
No wing, no hope. Baker gone. Night done. How unlucky can you be? It all went south in the final 30 minutes.
Off the engine too.
For the Pulse tuning entry. Exactly, Kurt. Good pickup. Wowee. 90 minutes of utter madness and insanity at Mount Panorama. And Dave Oliver sees the white flag. We're on the way home. Oliver is 53 seconds down the road from Sean Rigby. There are only, let me count this right, 6 cars on the lead lap. And the old power supply issue, I think Bobby Camo is chiming in with that comment for us. He's retired. Alan McDonald is out there as the 21st place car. Now, Dale Atkins has gone back out there as well because he'll get classified at 75%. Now, I think, if I've done my homework correctly, Kurt, right? 41 divided by 4 is 10.25, right? So 10.25 times 2, that gives you, what, 20 and a half? And then 30.75 once you add another 10.25 on. So you have to complete 31 laps to be classified. Bobby Camo's done that. He's classified at 37 laps, even though he's exited the server. Alan McDonald's going to pass Tony Baker on track and complete 39. And Baker's going to be, so there's going to be 22 eligible for classification, but there's only going to be 20 cars on track seeing the checkered flag, which will fly this time by for the McLaren of Sean Rigby. It'll amount to absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things because he's going to be given the bad news after the fact and told you entered the wrong bloody server, mate. Sorry, but that's the rules. That's how we operate. And make sure you go back into the pro split next week where he will be a dominant force if he can put in performances like that. Kept it clean all the way through. Rigby wins at Mount Panorama on track only. The battle for 10th rages between Akers, Fitzgerald and Ibert all the way to the final corner. These guys are a lap down, let's remember that. There are only 6 cars finishing on the lead lap. Ryan Ibert with the big set, right around the outside and into the dirt. Holy cow! Dakin, Akers, Fitzgerald, Ibert, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. 6 different manufacturers in the top 10. Unbelievable stuff. Take the McLaren out of that though, it'll be 5 in the top 10. Warren Ibert gets a black flag, he's going to get penalised after the fact, so he's going to plummet down the order potentially. And Dave Oliver is going to come through and inherit the race win in the Bimmer on the mountain after 91 minutes of play. And it is very appropriate. Very appropriate. The Synergy Sim Racing Fuel Saving Master comes through and cleans up on an absolutely chaotic night otherwise. BMW not successful in the real world on the mountain this year, but certainly last year, and Dave Oliver going out and showing why it's a trusty car to have on that 6.213 kilometres of motor racing bitumen. Jordan Dakin comes through. That'll be a podium because he'll move up to 3rd. John Ryan will move up to 2nd. Paul Wood will go 4th. Eduardo Zamora will go 5th. And that is all that finished on the lead lap. Joel Naughty, a great run from him from 44th on the grid to 7th. Jason Wilkinson, Cameron Dakin, John Akers make up the top 10. Derek Fitzgerald will inherit 10th, of course, with Sean Rigby being removed from the server. Oh, well, from the points of the points allocation of the night anyway, I should say, ladies and gentlemen, to be more specific about it.
It's almost like Dave already knows the situation.
Yeah, I think so. Someone's obviously given him the news. Mr. Bradley Ratu has jumped into the broadcast green room, so he's going to jump in and have a chat with us. Don't forget, folks, even though we've just finished here with the GT3 Pro-Am series with thanks to Waste Options, we've got a mountain to climb before, if you'll pardon the pun, before we say goodbye tonight, because we have to run you through the results from the Pro Split, from the Am Split, and get through the post-race show, by which point, after we've done a few more interviews here, we might be able to have an updated championship points situation presented to you live on screen there. There's the results. A night of utter carnage and attrition. William Ong, I think, managed to get back on track and finish 2 laps down in 19th. Alan, can we just have a look at that again? Please, Adam Lavis. Yeah, Warren Ibert showing 13th at the moment, a lap down, but I'm just trying to work out who's been punted, because I've got William Ong 19th on my sheet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. William Ong showing 19th on my sheet, and you're showing 20th on that one. Is that because he's come across ahead of... Tony Baker's disappeared from my... Oh, he's gone 21st. So he's come up to 19th on the corrected order on your screen there. And he's leapfrogged Alan McDonald, who's not finished the final lap of the race. And he's also been classified ahead of William Ong because he completed 39 laps before Ong's got through. So that makes a lot more sense now. That's good. Yeah, okay. I think we can make sense of that. Warren Ibert, even with the black flag, hasn't been heavily penalised because he had enough ground on Daniel Piper before everything wrapped up there. But yeah, we've got a mountain to climb with picking all that apart, ladies and gentlemen, because that was just insanity from first until last. But we wouldn't have it any other way. We'd rather have a lively, chaotic, exciting 90 minutes than something that, where are we, 10:25 is as boring as batshit. So at least we've had something lively to keep your, keep the adrenaline pumping, the blood flowing, and keep everybody up and about, and have something to talk about for the next couple of days with all of that. Jordan Pianazzola's made his way in. Bradley Ratu's here. Ryan Jones is here. Sean Rigby's here. Kurt Nommensen, thank you to you, mate. Final thoughts on what you saw and all of that. Obviously disappointing that you couldn't get through to the end, but you've witnessed quite a spectacle all the same.
Yeah, it was definitely interesting, and hopefully next time we come back to the mountain, I won't be as far off the pace, and I'll be a little bit more competitive.
Have a look at that margin, 53 seconds. Will be the bearer of bad news in a moment to Sean Rigby, and also to Dave Oliver. We'll give him the good news, although I think he's already got wind of that. Paul Wood's jumping in for a chat as well because he's got a top 5 finish tonight. Only 6 cars home on the lead lap. Just extraordinary stuff. Kurt, go well through the rest of the week, mate. I think we'll chat on Wednesday, will we not?
Yeah, more than likely Wednesday. I'll be here for the supercars.
All right, excellent. Very nicely done. Go well.
Crazy, thanks, Zach.
2:16.927 for Eli Donaldson was pole in the pro split, and good field lining up here, ladies and gentlemen. I can see a couple of protagonists. Bradley Radu 7th, Ryan Jones 4th. They're both here for a chat. We'll hear from them at a mo. 2:16.927. So a wet qualifying session for the pro split. Mount Panorama as well. That seemed to be the order of the day. Race, Eli Donaldson, of course, not able to continue his winning form here at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. He's gone home 3rd. And have a look at Bradley Ratu just coming in and tearing it to absolute bloody shreds, ladies and gentlemen. 53 seconds of winning margin there. So on par with what Sean Rigby's done here in the Pro-Am split as well. You'll hear from Brad Radu in a few moments' time. He's come home after 42 laps. They got one more in than we did. 42 laps, 2:04.645 fastest lap. So he's just about wiped us out with regards to the amount of points that he can take away from a night like this. The only thing he wouldn't have got, I wouldn't have imagined, would be most positions gained. Jonesy a 4th, although we've got to still have a chat with him about Super Formula Light. Eli Donaldson continuing his podium run. And Jordan Pianazzola, I think I'm right in saying that's a PB for Jordan, so that's a great result for him. Alex Barrelon, Luke Page, Reece Keane, Nick Wood, Jonas Deggan, and Leo Dreyer, the top 10. And I'm just having a look down through there. We had a Brit through Jason Wilkinson in this server tonight. We had a Malaysian through Will Ong. We've got a Japanese driver, a South African driver, a couple of Kiwis, and a few Aussies in the pro split. So we are very, very much not just an Australian club anymore, but we're reaching international lengths, ladies and gentlemen, which is great to see. And if you just you're just joining us and you missed the memo earlier, Leo Dreyer prompts the memory to remind everybody, go and put some dates in your diaries. Australia, South Africa, Test match cricket in October in South Africa. It's just been announced, the schedule this evening. Bloody excited already. GSRC merch.myshopify.com, merch.tgsrci.com is where you go for all your GSRC related paraphernalia and other items. Of course, shirts, hoodies. No, not hoodies, but straight up jumpers. Bucket hats, bottle openers, singlets now even as well. New range of shirts, new colours to choose from, new sponsors included on those. Get amongst it. Support the club. Ensure that we can keep this baby rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Wade Sheedy was pole in the AM split ahead of Jesse McManaman by half a second, if you don't mind. They had the dry running, did they? 2:07.448. Robert Fisher, Robert Gay, so Robert squared there. Andrew Bailey, Tim Watson, Luke Vagano, Jonathan Harris, Colin Bennett, Andrew Hayes, the top 10 in AM split qualifying. Race results, Jonathan Harris getting the job done and doing so very nicely. 37 seconds to the good over Pete Matson, Edward Rollo, Robert Fisher, Anthony Cuthbertson, Robert Gay, JD Dent, Jesse McManaman, Tristan Koch and Nathan Harvey. Wowee. Sean Rigby, I'm going to start with you as we launch into our post-race show here. I'll get to you other blokes in just a few moments' time, but we'll start with the Pro-Am boys because they were on broadcast. I've got some bad news for you. You jumped in the wrong split, mate. What happened?
I didn't even realise that. There you go.
Yeah, Adam Lavers is going to be the bearer of bad news for you because based on that, you get the win on track, absolutely, but you won't get the points to go with it. Apparently, you're meant to be up in the pro split, mate. And with a performance like that and a 53-second victory, it's hard to argue against that, really. Your thoughts on that? Obviously, in the best position in the early stages to avoid all the carnage and therefore a relatively trouble-free run for you.
Yeah, just sent it up to turn 2, got P1, just drove away, I guess. That was pretty much it.
And it was a bold move around the outside in the early stages as well. Couple of guys tried the gamble on the drives in the early stages, mate. It was very clear that ended up being the wrong call.
Yeah, that was right. I went with a dry setup with wet tyres at the start, and then, yeah, just went to dry tyres after that.
you had to time your run with that that transition phase of the race purely because of fuel numbers towards the back end, mate. You nailed that. Your thoughts on what happened around you, because even though you were having a relatively lonely run, you would have had lap traffic to contend with. You would have seen bits of debris popping up all over the racetrack. That puddle that you just drove straight through on camera there at the top of the mountain was a hazard all night. Not a straightforward 90 minutes in any sense of the word.
No, not a straightforward night, especially on top of the hill with that puddle. But most of the carnage I actually didn't really see, so that was pretty good.
Just the way you like it, no doubt. I'll be interested to get the thoughts of the Pro boys and how clean or not so run they had throughout the course of 90 minutes. So with the good news that you're going to jump up, hopefully find the right server next week, jump up into the Pro Split. Let me ask you this, right? It's a series being dominated up there at the moment, particularly by Porsche entries. It's good to see some discrepancy there and some drivers go and do their own thing. What steered you towards the McLaren?
Just doing the Bathurst 12 hours this past week with the boys, and yeah, we just jumped in Macca and went from there.
And when you say boys, you mean Platinum Racing, of course. How's everything sitting there as we start the second half of the term, mate? What are you most looking forward to over the next 5 weeks?
Well, I can only do probably every second race or so we'll see how we go and see what happens from there.
Real world commitments creeping in, work and other things?
Yeah, mate, chef life, so work night time, so yeah.
Okay. So now I have to. This is your opportunity to give the business a plug, of course. So where can we come and enjoy a feed as served by you, please?
If you want to get a nice steak, come to West Diggers at Nelson Bay.
West Diggers at Nelson Bay. I'm familiar with the area because Mum and Dad still live, and I was born and raised in Cessnock, so I'm familiar with the area. I might have to put that on the list of places to visit when I'm next down that way. West Diggers, Nelson Bay, for anybody that wants to go and have a steak cooked by Sean Rigby, and tell him, right, and West Diggers, that the GSRC sent you, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, that does make it difficult to make this a full-time sort of commitment, mate. So let me ask you about the schedule ahead, when we might next see you on the circuit. We've got the Nürburgring next week, we've got Misano the week after that, then the Sachsenring, then Road America. Which of those four might we see you on the grid for?
More than likely next week, but probably might be missing the 2 weeks after.
Okay, so we're looking good for the Nürburgring and then maybe Road America, but not the two in between. What's your thoughts on the Nürburgring?
Love the track, but difficult as well.
Exactly right, especially when it's sprint racing, and there will be some overtaking required in the second race. You didn't have to do much of that tonight. Faultless run, wrong split, but it doesn't matter. You saw the checkered flag first at Mount Panorama, and that's all that'll make the... That's all that's made the broadcast in terms of the pictures that have been beamed into lounge rooms around Australia. Well done, mate. Thanks for stopping on by for a chat. We know it's late. We appreciate it. Go well. We'll catch up next week.
Cheers, guys. Have a good night.
And hopefully Dave Oliver will step in here as the promoted race winner a little bit later on to have a chat with us. We'll need to bring those race results back in a few moments' time just to give everybody at home a bit of an idea as to the pluses and minuses that some of these guys scored tonight, positions gained and lost. I'm wondering if Adam Lavis might be able to tell me the exact number of bums on seats we had in the Pro Split, please, before I bring Mr. Jones and Mr. Radu into the conversation.
Pro Split, I believe there was 25.
Okay, so nowhere near as congested on the racetrack as what it was in Pro-Am. Get to you blokes in just a moment. Nice that you've all stopped by. But I want to go to Paul Wood firstly because, by gee, you had your hands full there on a few occasions tonight, Woodsy. Let's be perfectly honest. Eduardo Zamora breathing down your neck there at one point, made the back half of the race very lively, very entertaining. But then, at the same time, I wouldn't have thought for a bloke sitting in the top 10 at the end of the night that you'd have to avoid and stay out of trouble and get on the anchors and make sure you don't get caught up in incidents that aren't of your own doing. as much as you did. There were a couple of moments tonight where your awareness of your surroundings served you very well.
Yeah, firstly, let me know if you can hear my fan again in my mic. It's running right over my shoulder
I
again.
can, but that's okay, mate, because I've got the fan blowing on me at the moment as we go as well.
Yeah, tonight did not go to plan at all. What a race. Yeah, managed to at least avoid incidents, but I basically had a pretty well damaged car the majority of the race. I went through all 3 of my fast repairs and then did two more lots of damage after I ran out of fast repairs. So at the end I was just running with whatever I had, and yeah, that was a very hard fought race. But if I had driven a usual cleaner race, I'm looking down and going, potentially I should have been up with Mr. Oliver or Mr. Wright there. So yeah, potential win went begging, I suppose, after all adjustments and that sort of thing. But yeah, the car tonight was a real handful, and that race was just hectic from start to finish. But I'll take what I got, because my drive definitely does not deserve to be in 5th spot.
However, mate, I guess we have to cut the losses, because when you look at the classification sheet, you're going to find that you're in the half of the field. We had 44 starters tonight, Woodsy, right, or 45, and only 20 of them saw the checkered flag. So you're in the right half of the field at least.
Well, yes, I tell you what, it was close to a couple of those hits I had across the top where I went into the wall. It felt like some major damage at first. My steering went light and I thought that's it, but then I sort of kept pushing on and it come back to me. So I just kept driving, and luckily enough, the damage I had was never severe enough to actually meatball me, and it was allowing me to keep going. So I was very lucky to get away with that tonight. I definitely, like I said, don't deserve the top 5, but I will take it because I need all the points I can get, because the rounds coming up are going to be very hard against those Porsches. Again, they just had so much straight line speed tonight that, yeah, just a hard race all round, and it's turning into a very hard season, and it's going to be a very good finish, I think.
I'm just going to jump in here to tick politics off the bingo card for everybody for tonight as well, because the news alert's just come through that obviously will be reported on in morning shows when you all wake up. Anthony Albanese, Prime Minister of Australia, has written to his British counterpart offering to help remove Andrew Mountbatten Windsor from the royal line of succession. I'm pretty certain the Brits can look after that on their own. Now, Albo, just stick to your own lane, please. Fair dinkum. I mean, trying to look useful and probably just being a nuisance at the same time. That is one hell of a story that's developing, though. If you haven't gone and watched Jonathan Pye's takedown of it all, though, ladies and gentlemen, do yourself a favour. Also on YouTube, like our broadcast, before you log off tonight. Woodsy, just going back to you, mate. I mean, obviously, not ideal to be nursing damage, especially around this place, but at least the car to a point was still drivable. Unfortunately, there were so many cars written off throughout the course of this evening, and some of the guys that retired probably did have a fast repair up their sleeve, but it wasn't worth the nightmare, the torture, the headache.
No, yeah, like I said, lucky we had that. Well, there you go. There's one there.
There's one that we missed, actually. We didn't see that.
Yeah, and that puddle coming across Skyline there bit me so many times. One of them put me into the sand trap out to the wall. The other one put me into the inside wall. And yeah, honestly, I'm surprised I finished the race. I just kept persevering and kept battling on. I definitely didn't have a car that was suitable for battling. I was only through the misfortune of Mr. Zamora that I managed to get back in front of him, because he had pretty good pace there. But the puddle at the top caught him out. But yeah, that was a real tough race, and yeah, the attrition tonight was not surprising to say. So.
No, not at all. How close were you to thinking, oh crap, I might be a DNF tonight?
Actually, about 4 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, lucky I don't have, well, I have pushed the torque because the language coming out of my mouth was not good. Just, the car was not doing what I wanted to do, and that's it just didn't feel comfortable, and I just felt on the ragged edge, and yeah, hitting those walls, I was just frustrated with myself, because hitting the puddles and that, I knew I couldn't do it, but just, again, my little trouble with depth perception on the screen there, I thought I was clear of them, but I must have been just catching on the edge, and yeah, once you hit him, it was just all over Red Rover. So yeah, like I said, I'm very lucky to have finished that race, and I honestly don't know how I survived most of those.
Let's hope you haven't used up all your luck for this season, mate, because as we said earlier, next week we go back to sprint racing. The Nürburgring, well, there's one of the other incidents that you've been able to avoid tonight. See, as many as you got caught up in, you've avoided others. Next week, Nürburgring sprint racing. We know that the invert will play its part. Your thoughts on the Nürburgring and how the Merc might fare there, knowing that, again, Porsches dominate the top 10 in this series at the moment?
Look, I think my standard answer for most of is going to be I'll take what I can get, but looking at next week, the Porsches can outbrake me, outturn me, and just get the power down much better. So I'm going to need a bit more luck for the rest of this season, but it should be a good race. It just comes down if I can feel comfortable in the car. Might be okay, but yeah, it's going to be hard work. It's not one of my strongest tracks in general, but look, I just hope I can have a cleaner run tonight. And like I said, I'll just take what I can get, and we'll move on. So yeah, Misano next week is going to be a real interesting one too. So it's going to be interesting end of the season. So I'm going to try and claw whatever points I can get.
All right, very nicely done. What's ahead for you as far as the other racing on offer this week is concerned, please? Where might we see you lining up?
GT4, Porsche, and GTE. So, yes.
Okay, GTE at Suzuka will be interesting.
It will be, yes, but it should be fun. But I'm in the BMW, and I think it's actually going to be a struggle around that track. It was a struggle last week, so yeah, the tighter circuits, the big girl just has trouble getting around. So we'll see, but it's a fun car. I'm enjoying it. So yeah, bring it on. Let's see what results we can pull away with.
All right, very nicely done. And we look forward to having a chat with you on Thursday night as well, mate. Obviously, the broadcasts aren't live at the moment, but we'll be broadcasting it Friday afternoon. So if you're around, stop by and have a chat with us. And we wish you the best of luck with that. The GT4s and the Porsches, of course, both heading for European soil this week on the back of a couple of weeks in the United States and Italy and other things. So back both of them in Europe, and we're looking forward to it immensely. Go well, mate. Thanks for stopping on by. Anyone you want to thank on the way out?
Thanks to Bailey Ladders for the continued support. They've been with us for, I think, nearly a decade now. So, yeah, they've been behind us all the way and kept us going. So, yeah, thanks to those.
And the other point as well, mate, given how rampant that race was, I don't envy you, because I dare say there might be some leftover paperwork for you waiting in the steward's room. Go well with that too.
Yes, it'll be some good paperwork to keep me busy during the week. So yes, it'll keep me away from my practice.
And, absolutely it will. All right, mate. Go well. Good to catch up.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Also, for the benefit of those of you that caught the breaking news regarding South Africa and Australia, they'll also have Bangladesh in November for 2 tests, 3 ODIs and 3 T20s. Then they'll have 3 tests against England and 3 ODIs against them as well. So we're excited about that. 3 ODIs against the Aussies and also 3 test matches. The big news breaking in the world of cricket tonight on what is a quiet night, because it's not until 12:30 that we see play at the ICC World T20 today, or tonight, Indian time, tomorrow morning Australian Eastern Daylight, Progressive and Civilised time. Ryan Jones is here, Jordan Pianazzola is here, Bradley Ratu's here, and for the first time in a long time, Pistol Pete Matson's popped his head in to say g'day as well. Are you on a time frame at all, Pete? He's not talking to us at the moment. We'll get to him a little bit later on.
Sorry, Zach.
There he is.
No time frame, mate. All good.
All right, excellent, good. Because I want to get to these pro boys first and get their take on the night that was. And then we'll come back and dive deep with you, because it's been far too long since we've caught up. Bradley Ratu, welcome to you. Nicely done, my friend. Only talking about being tempted and lured into the whole server about 2 hours ago, and then you walk away with a very comfortable W.
Yes. I heard that tonight was going to be Bathurst GT3s and it was going to be raining, so I thought it would be a good opportunity to, do a bit of learning in the wet weather conditions. I knew Connor was doing it. I didn't realise that Lockhart was in a different. I think it was in Pro-Am, but I heard what tonight held, and I thought, I'm going to have to give it a go.
And give it a go you did. And I mean, mate, you've had some interesting results over the course of time, a mixed bag, if I can put it as bluntly as that. Must have been nice to be able to just jump in there and for everything to go right for you and for you to walk away with such a comfortable win. Talk us through the race, because I mean, as I say, we were focusing here on the Pro-Am split, so we haven't actually seen anything out of Pro apart from the results sheet. So paint the picture. How wet was it? When did it dry out? Fill in the gaps for those of us at home that want to know a little bit more about what you guys experienced over 90 minutes.
So, the start of the race, it was, I mean, there was a clear tyre choice, but the wets were going to be better over the mountain, you know, because there's basically one line through there that's going to be optimal. The wets were better over the top. Down the bottom, though, you know, you could get away with the dries because, you know, you have the straight line advantage on the dry tyres. So, you know, basically what the wet tyre users were gaining over the top of the mountain, the dry tyre users were, you know, gaining at the bottom. And the field, from what I know and from what I saw on my overlay, was actually quite mixed between dry and wet tyres. I myself decided to go with dry tyre. I know that Connor did as well. I think Eli Donaldson did as well. There was a few others in front of us that decided to go wet tyre, which ended up being, unfortunately, the wrong choice for them. I think the track was pretty much dry. I don't really remember, but probably 7 laps in, it was quite comfortably dries. And unfortunately, yeah, the people that started with the wet tyres just had to pit and lose that time. And
it was much the same here. As about 7, 8, 9 laps. It was very clear by that point that the crossover mark had been reached. Any comment there with regards to your teammate throwing you under the bus on our YouTube comment section? We can't bring the comment back, but something about milk.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a big full glass of milk. I do want to know who, I have forgotten his name.
I was going to say, we more commonly associate, it was Tyson Broad who made the comment, but we more commonly, of course, associate milk with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, not Mount Panorama Bathurst.
I mean, any track's a good track to have a milk at. You can't just have it at one track. I have a glass before every race, man. It's good for the soul.
So do I, but it's usually got coffee in it. But now, I didn't ask because I've only seen the results sheet. I haven't seen a manufacturer breakdown. What were you running tonight? Were you running the flavour of the month Porsche, or did you go with something else?
I was in the BMW. So, I mean, I quite like the BMW. I always have. It's not really on pace at the moment. But I decided to jump in it just because there was a base there that, you know, it did feel really good in dry conditions, and I wanted to know what it was like in wet conditions. So I let it in, you know, gave it a whirl. You know, it's obviously not as quick as a Porsche. You know, it does BMW things, and obviously the Porsche just, everything is better in that at the moment. So, you know, the Porsche is still the car to go with, but I still chose the Beamer, and it was really nice to drive, actually.
BMW 2 from 2, essentially, with Dave Oliver inheriting the win here in Pro-Am as well. So, big night for the Bavarian. Very good. Hey, from your standpoint, it was interesting too because you made that start on dries and just persevered with the tricky conditions until it came good for you. You made that work. There were a couple that tried that without success here in Pro-Am, but I guess at the end of the day, it is Mount Panorama. It does bite notoriously. It doesn't take any prisoners, of course. It is a difficult track to master, but at the same time, running with dry tyres on a wet track, there's a fine niche art and craft required to master that, and not everybody's going to be able to do it on any given night, Bradley.
Yes, it was quite difficult. If you can get your hands on a replay, there was cars going everywhere across the top of the mountain and down the bottom. Even the wet tyre cars were struggling a little bit in the first couple of laps. But those that did, pick the slick tyres at the beginning of the. Just realised my microphone was on my sim. Sorry. Those that pick the slick tyres at the start.
We're hearing you okay, so keep going.
Oh, sweet. So those that started on slicks and carefully drove and let the track come to them and let the tyres warm up. Connor, I think it was Connor and I, we were in the lead by, I'm not quite sure how much. Someone was behind us somewhere. I was too busy trying to keep the car on the track. But it is difficult, especially through areas like Fujitsu. Great, it's very easy to stick the car on the wall. Lap 1, Eli found out at the Great that, I think it was the Great, that it's quite easy to put it in the wall. I nearly did it myself on the first lap, thinking that there would be more grip. As the dry line was starting to show between turn 1 and turn 2. So I kind of went in with a bit of speed thinking, oh yeah, it'll be good through here, and I got to the Great and went, I don't see a dry line, so I hit the brake and hope for the best. And yeah, I think a couple of people did that because there were a few sideways cars and there was a car on the wall, so.
Yeah, and I guess that was the other key component of tonight, mate, avoiding incidents, almost as difficult as avoiding trip hazards, and you guys would have had to have, judging by the margins there on the leaderboard at the end, mate, you would have had to have contended with a fair share of lap traffic along the way.
Yeah, I had a couple cars that I had to pass. I didn't pass that many though. You know, with the pit stops and everything. By the time I sort of started to catch some people, it was time for me to pit. So I think maybe as a guess, I probably passed 5 cars. So it wasn't, you know, the lap traffic wasn't really that big of a deal. And when I did catch some people, I caught them at the bottom of the mountain and they didn't get out of the way, but it didn't really matter because, you know, 20-second lead at the time. So, you know, it was just all sort of cruisy, let them do what they want to do and get by safely.
What's next on the racing calendar for Bradley Radu, please?
Well, I don't know where Gen 3 Supercars is for GSRC on Wednesday, but
the Miami International Autodrome.
Oh, maybe I'll give that a go. I haven't driven the V8 Supercar at Miami yet, so that might be on my agenda. Apart from that, I'm just sort of taking... Yo?
Before you go on with what you were going to say, I don't want to forget that your teammates had a run around Miami International Autodrome tonight in Super Formula Light, mate. So I just wanted to stop and jump in there because they gave some interesting feedback on the track itself, because there's still a lot of people warming to it. There's still, you know, not a lot of love in the house for it at the moment. It is a new circuit. It's got plenty of variations in configurations. It's got obviously synonymous with Formula 1, but it's the new circuit in the server that isn't the Adelaide Parklands, and it's getting some mixed feedback so far. So I just wanted to pick your brain about what you know about the circuit, how much running you've done there, and what your immediate thoughts are.
I honestly don't have much thoughts on it. I've done a fun race with the team when the P Cup in Miami first came out, and that's it. I haven't done anything competitive on it. I haven't driven a V8 on it. I haven't driven the GT3 on it. I haven't really touched the track, so I don't really have much perspective on the track. I guess I'll find out on Wednesday in a V8 Supercar how I feel about it.
All right, we're excited about that. Now, apologies for interrupting. Finish off what you were saying earlier with regards to what else is on the calendar, because I know, obviously, plenty to look forward to for the Orbit Drop Bear stable this year. There's the Porsche Pro Series, there's the Supercar Pro Series. There's a lot coming up, thick and fast. And how did you guys fare in the 12-hour over the weekend as well, if you don't mind me asking you about that?
I am not 100% sure how the team, I believe there was a split 1 on the last time spot for the Bathurst 12-hour. I believe Capel and Lockhart won that. I may be wrong. But I didn't drive it myself. I will be doing the OSR Bathurst 12-hour though. Apart from that, I did qualify, so Pro Series qualifying didn't go very well for me. You know, I was really quick in qualifying the races. Motorsport was my fault. I overdid the box, but I boxed in P1, came out in 9th because I missed my pit box. But Hockenheim and
that was just madness.
Yeah, Hockenheim and Imola went really poorly, both races. Human torpedoes is basically all I'll say. And yeah, I didn't get to do the last round. I was already booked to go to Bathurst well before they announced the dates, but I can say that I will still be racing as a main driver in Pro Series this year.
Oh, excellent. A special invitation from the organisers?
Yes, I am one of the
Very
wildcard entries. A part of the entries.
That's what we like to see. Yeah. Very good. And I guess a free pass or a second chance, maybe, mate, to go out there and say, listen, I've got the pace. I just didn't have the luck, and now's your opportunity to go out there and put results on the board to prove it.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to it. I haven't done Pro Series. I've only done 1 year of it. I didn't do it in 2024 because I had study. 2025, I couldn't spare the time to, get the pace out of me to be competitive enough to actually make it in. But this year I had a bit more time, and I was able to work on setups and actually drive the car and figure things out. And learning things from Enduros last year as well, where I was doing setups and stuff for the team. Applied all that knowledge into the Pro Series qualifying series, and constantly our cars were fighting for pole positions or easily in the top 10, and it's all working out. So.
All right, and we hope it continues to do so, mate. Great to catch up with you. Well done. Go and enjoy the rest of the night. Hopefully see you in Miami Wednesday. If not, maybe that result tonight whets the appetite for you to come and have a run with us at the Nürburgring going forward in Waste Options GT3. But well done all the same. Terrific start, and good to see you back on the grid.
Thank you very much. I'll see you soon.
Hopefully Wednesday night, because I feel as though we need all the help we can get to get bums on seats at the Miami International Autodrome. We've had very small, nowhere near, lacking in quality, just lacking in quantity, ladies and gentlemen, fields so far there at the Miami International Autodrome, as Ryan Jones can attest because he was there in Super Formula Light tonight. But I'm going to make you wait just a little bit longer because I want to go to Jordan Pianazzola, who was, I think I'm right in saying, second or third across the line tonight, mate. And I read that and I immediately thought, that's a PB for you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but well done. 90 minutes around here, tough ask, particularly tough tonight, as many of our drivers have found out.
Yeah, it's a purple of a result for me, a PB, you're correct. I think my last best result in here was maybe just outside the top 10 or maybe just inside, so an absolute turn on the result, so I'll take that. But yeah, an hour and a half at the mountain here is always tough. But I guess after running the Bathurst 12 hour and getting yourself in that groove and feeling fresh, ready to go is always a nice warm up. So just basically all of my thanks go to my teammates in running me in that one and getting me ready for this.
What do you put the success down to, mate? Because obviously, as you say, that's a huge increase on previous, statistical track record. 90 minutes around here, part strategy, part luck. What were the keys to success for you tonight?
I think genuinely just spending 12 hours around the mountain here last weekend, very recently, I've lost track of time there, but yeah, just doing all of that practice there is pretty much where it's come from. Just finding that groove. Pre-Bathurst 12, I was feeling absolutely out of whack with this place. So doing that that was basically practice for this race, and I did 4 hours or just over. So all of that practice, all of that racing was virtually what made this result happen tonight.
So now that you've done 12 hours, plus all the practice, plus all the qualifying, plus another 90 minutes here, are you sick of Bathurst or not?
Nah, I still want to go do another 12 hours. You can never be sick of this place. Are you kidding me? Come on. My main reason for asking that question is that sometimes you can have too much of a good thing. I mean, Nick Fodiatis, our good mate, who will love the fact that we've avoided Sebring after being there 3 times last week. He will love the fact that we're not there this week.
he reckons that sometimes you can have too much of a good thing. So, I mean, Mount Panorama or Road America are his prime examples. And he's right, we do visit those two venues a lot. But I would think, you know, after 13 and a half hours of racing time alone around there this weekend, Stephen Gallacher just biting the dust on the replay there for you, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, that would be where the fatigue would kind of kick in from my standpoint. But clearly, as you say, you know, fill the coffee cup and let's go again.
Yeah, I mean, I'd happily go do another 12 hours. I really don't care. But no, I do get what you mean. Last year after the Daytona 24-hour, I mean, I found love for that track, but man, I was sick of driving it. So I get where you're coming from. But also, tonight, it's also not just running 12 hours, you know, recently. It's also the strategy difference in the race starting wet. And I think half of the top 10 was on a wet tyre, half of it was on a dry. I chose the wet tyre. It worked for me, able to make up on a couple of spots on the first, well, I think 5 laps until I pitted. My teammate was running third at the time and he was like, pit the car, put dries on. So I did that. And yeah, it was an absolutely great call. And I think by the end of the race, so after that 5 laps and pitting, I topped up on the fuel and just kind of went hammer from there, and I ended the race with half a lap left of fuel, obviously having the other stop in between, so I was right on that cusp. So any lap earlier with the wet and I would have been wrong, so that was a fantastic call.
Right. He's very happy with himself, and rightly so. He's very happy with the fact that we've done another 90 minutes around Bathurst to just put the dessert to the main course that was the 12 hours over the course of the weekend. He's got a PB. There's a lot to like about for Jordan Pianazzola at the moment. How do you carry the momentum and the confidence taken out of tonight, mate, and apply it to the rest of the season, starting with the Nürburgring next week as we talk about tracks that aren't Bathurst?
Well, the confidence I think is pretty high because I did another league race there today in LMP3s and I came home with I think a 4th place and a 3rd place. And obviously the LMP3s are a pretty hard car to sort of get the brakes all sorted out. Everything else is, I'd say, relatively-ish easy, but I guess, yeah, obviously doing some racing there today is, yeah, helps the confidence.
Indeed. And obviously sprint racing, some overtaking will be required there in the sprint race next week in the feature, of course, as well. What else is on your racing calendar for the rest of this week, please?
I'm not too sure. Maybe you might have a bite at the GT4s. I don't think I've ever done GT4 racing with the Gentleman Sim crew. I don't know, why not? They're a great car. So, yeah, you might see me in there.
All right, very nicely done. Ryan Jones, it's a little bit too late for him, so we'll just pick his brain about this when we next catch up with him, which will probably be Wednesday night. And we'll let you go now as well, Jordan. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it. Well done on the PB. And hopefully in the forthcoming races, we can turn that podium into a first win for you as well. So well done again. And anyone you want to thank on the way out?
My teammate, Austin Edwards, who was in this race, we were, I reckon, both on for a double podium. Unfortunately, his internet said no to that. So, you know, obviously thank him for all of the support we obviously have to each other. But also, Eli, God, he had me running at the end. So thanks for not, you know, pitting any laps sooner and having the tyres up to temp. Otherwise, I reckon he would have had me. But yeah, no, it was great racing, and also just want to send a sorry out to Alex Barrelon in the 168. He, I reckon, had the 2nd place in the bag until Forest Elbow with 3 laps to go, and he took his steering out. So I'll thank him for the 2nd place, but that was all his, really.
Very nicely done. Hey, well done, mate. Appreciate that. You've just reminded me, you've just prompted me to make a comment about internet, actually, because I've often said that we're a 3rd world country with 4th world, well, when it comes to technology, it's 3rd world internet in a 1st world country in most parts, and then you go out to regional parts and it's 4th world internet. But can I just, I'm actually going to say something nice for a change, so you might want to record this moment. unless you want to go back and find it on the replay on YouTube later on. Can I just say a big thanks to the crew at Foxtel and NBN Co, because I was a bit aggrieved with the fact that they wouldn't talk to you on the phone like a normal person today. Instead, they insisted on having a live chat with you. But we eventually got the desired result, and I've been talking about getting some internet upgrades done here for a little while. The landlord's come on board with the idea. He's supportive of it. And finally, the process will start unfolding on Thursday, which should hopefully help the whole process of working from home going forward, radio, sim racing, etc., etc. So, no, for that a conversation to start today, and the response time less than 48 hours, I'm really, really impressed with that, especially in 2026. Good on you, Jordan. Thanks, mate.
Cheers. Thank you. Have a good rest of your night.
Yeah, what's left of it, it'll be midnight by the time we get out of here, but it'll be morning by the time any of us are going to bed, but that's okay. Well done, buddy. Thank you. Unless you're on the West Coast, of course, you've still got, well, you're only just sitting down for dinner now, aren't you? Pete Matson, I'm coming to you in a moment. I want to go to our Pro-Am race winner, who's inherited it 53 seconds down the road. Dave Oliver, nicely done, mate. Well played. And it was only when Adam Lavis alerted us to the fact that you were on for a podium here that luck started to fall into your lap, and it ends up not just being a podium but a W, because good old Sean Rigby's gone and added himself in the wrong server. You need breaks like that sometimes in life, don't you?
Wait, what? I thought I finished second, right?
No, yeah, you finished second on track, but you inherit the race win. Adam, explain it to him, please, because we actually thought you knew, because you're sitting there doing doughies on the run-up Mountain Straight, and we thought that was your celebration.
No. I just felt like doing a skid because I actually finished the race and I didn't suck for once.
No, there was four guys who joined the wrong. At least four guys I've seen so far that are in the wrong server. Rigby was one of them. He should be in the pro split of past efforts. So with that, as we've done with everyone else, because he's either if you join either the wrong server or you instantly promoted, then as far as the Pro-Am results for the championship and everything is concerned, they're DQ in the Pro-Am championship. So therefore, you move up into first place and become effectively a class winner of the Pro-Am split tonight in the race.
Bloody hell, I'll take that.
Absolutely you will. 100%. And to be fair, mate, quite right to let off some steam after the race, because just to survive, as we've already detailed, was a fair mission and a half tonight.
Oh yeah, like truthfully, I wasn't able to do the 12-hour over the weekend at all because I was at the S&P.
The venue formerly known as Eastern Creek in Western Sydney. Yep.
Yeah, the one between the tip and the Arnott's factory.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was there all weekend and stuff, and didn't get a chance to. Like, pretty much my first laps was when practice launched tonight, and even then I legitimately couldn't string more than 2 laps together without being in it. So I thought I was in for a very long night, or a very short night. So one of the two. But yeah, I ended up pretty much I did win it second lap through the grate, just after someone spun in front of me. I was kind of giving the heads up behind just to say that there was a crash, and unfortunately hit the white line. Spun, but kind of in an okay way where it kind of like rotated 90 degrees and kind of hit with the back. Luckily didn't lose the rear wing, I only lost the boot, weirdly. Where, you know, anywhere else with these GT cars, it's like you look at it the wrong way and the rear wing says farewell. So it was a case of, like, I tried to ask someone, hey, is my rear wing on? Didn't hear back, but that was also, you know, when things are a little hectic. So yeah, after a lap, I'm going, okay, well, the car I haven't died yet, so it must be okay. And then, yeah, I just kept on running until, because I started on wets too. And then, yeah, just ran until I kind of, it looked like it was comfortable, and I kept on hearing, like, to switch to slicks. And I kept on, you know, seeing guys that either had switched or had started, because there was a couple that were, you know, wobbling around at the start on slicks, and they started to kind of pick up the pace, and you could kind of kept on hearing the comms saying that they kept on getting quicker. So it was a case of, okay, well, let's go in now, get the repairs done, and then go from there, because the car felt a little slow on the straights. So obviously after smacking into the fence with the rear, but yeah, so after that it was just a case of keep it on the island, and it looked like it was just a case of pick off the positions of people falling to the wayside.
And avoid the water, like you very nearly didn't in the replay just on screen right now. The Bimmer compared to obviously the Bimmer's an old favourite, we know that, but clearly the right car for you to have tonight. Have you gone and had a look at the Porsche, considering it's the flavour of the month, or have you not bothered?
I was nearly going to switch at the start of the season, because I'd run the Mustang for a season or two, and I was nearly going to switch to the Porsche, and I don't know, for me, just the steering has always felt a little off in the Porsche, but that's just probably Porsche things, and I just haven't, got my driving style to suit it. So I did a few laps during the Daytona 24, like a practice session and thing, and then in the end I ended up just going to stuff it. I'll run the Beamer, it's been updated to an Evo, and then all of a sudden it's, the Carrera Cup, with everyone running the Porsches. So, but yeah, other than that, it was just, I haven't run the Beamer in a couple years, so, and then, they'd done an update, so I kind of, ran with that, and I knew that it's always been pretty decent around Bathurst, so.
And what else is on the racing schedule for you now that the real world season has started up and work commitments are creeping in to compromise your sim racing opportunities?
Yeah, I'm not too sure this week. I might, if I'm around, I might do GT4. I won't be able to do the GTEs because no. I'll be heading down to Goulburn for the weekend down there. So, and plus, like, the GTEs are really fun, but it's just, I don't know, the last round I did was pretty average on my behalf, so I'll give that a bit of a break for a while. So yeah,
I'll be heading past the big Merino, and by which I mean just ignoring the exit altogether and keeping on going through to Canberra a week after you're down in Goulburn. So yes, the Southern Highlands, the nation's capital, starting to get acquainted with those parts of the world in the next couple of weeks and looking forward to it immensely. But before I let you go, actually, you might want to, you need to stick around. Actually, I need to have a chat with you off here if you're able to. I know it's been a long weekend and you're probably tired, but if you can stick around for half an hour, I'll make it worth your while. Because there's some motorsport news that I'm not sure if you're wholly and solely aware of, but I'm looking forward to getting your thoughts on it nonetheless. And I haven't said anything there on air that gives anything away, so I've done very, very well. Talk to me about GT3, and if we can see on the grid next Monday night, how you feel as though the BMW might go on home turf at the Nürburgring, and how the driver feels about the circuit, more to the point.
I didn't. Which one? Oh, it's GP. Ugh. If it was the full track, it'd be a little bit more fun. If it was the North,
yeah. Well, we've got that in the Porsches in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, true. You know,
yeah.
I was going to say Pogo around there would. You're going to need some. Some tablets, some seasick tablets before you do that. But
absolutely. Oh dear. Hey, just quickly, from your standpoint, that transition wet to dry. I mean, we were looking at it thinking, okay, we're going to lose a couple of laps off the count. We're going to obviously see a transition from wet to dry maybe earlier than we thought. And then also take into consideration that left you guys very little leverage on the fuel front. Just what was going through your mind there? Because I know you like to save as much as you can along the way. What were your thoughts on the mathematics of the fuel mileage tonight?
Truthfully, it was just a case of pit when I needed to. Obviously, for when I kind of figured that it was safe. You know, once guys are some of the quicker guys are, 6-8 seconds a lap quicker than you. It's like, okay, I should have probably pitted 3 laps ago. And then, yeah, fuel-wise, I was probably okay when I did, because, yeah, it probably would have been tired if I pitted 3 or 4 laps earlier, but I only had to put in like 52 litres on the second stop out of 65 tank. So, yeah, it would have, yeah. So initially it was just, I think it was even saying I could have done it technically on a 1-stopper initially in the wet, but obviously once everything picks up, it would have been touch and go. But yeah, it was just, it's always that little bit tricky just to kind of see if there is actually a dry line, because a lot of the time it looks like there is, but until you start seeing like these, it's kind of like these little just little patches and stuff where you would think the dry lines were or are kind of thing, that's when you can kind of go for it. But yeah, obviously with, some of the track being, pretty atrocious and stuff, you kind of had to, be careful. And in the end, those guys that were able to switch early and stuff, some of them did well and some of them, were caught out by the track wetness.
Indeed they were, but nonetheless, the main thing is, mate, you worked your way through. And just talk us through the back half of the race, because one of the trip hazards tonight that you guys would have had to have contended with wasn't just the water and obviously the length of the race, but also lapped traffic. We've never had that much lapped traffic in a 90-minute race around here before.
Yeah, it was a little interesting. There was, a few guys and stuff, were kind of got out of the way at the right time, especially when I was, catching the guy, and I can't remember who it was in front, but I was, in a good little battle. I think it was with Jordan Dakin, and yeah, and he would kind of get held up a little bit, and I would kind of be able to get through a little easier and stuff like that. But with this kind of stuff, it's all snakes and ladders. You'll gain and lose, so it's you take it when you can. But other than that, it was just, obviously a lot of the guys that you were coming up on were, as wide-eyed as we are, so it's not always as easy just to completely get out of the way, because they could go into a wet line and then bin it, and that's what one of the guys did. That he was literally getting out of the way and then unfortunately put it into the fence. So yeah,
I'm still blown away at how surprised you were that you inherited the win. We actually thought you knew. Well done. Great result tonight. Who do you want to thank before we move on to Jono and Pete, before we say goodbye to everybody at home?
Oh yeah, just saw the Synergy, the SSR Synergy boys and the Bin Chicken guys and all that, and yeah. It was a bit of a quiet night on Discord, just to myself, and
I was going to say, yeah.
It was just a case of especially when you look down, you go, I've still got 18 laps left. Oh boy.
That explains why you're so chatty right now, because you've had no one to chat to for the last 4 bloody hours. I don't envy in the slightest. Well done, mate. Great stuff. We'll have a chat off air. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it.
No worries. Thanks again, guys.
Jono Harris and Pete Matson. Good evening to you. Jono, did I read correctly that you won the AM split, mate? Well done.
Thank you, sir.
Talk us through the race from your perspective, because it would seem as though you guys had probably the best of the track conditions. Am I right?
Yeah, it was pretty much slick from like lap 3, I think. But the race, honestly, to me, felt like it was like 5 minutes long.
Is that because you ran the 12-hour over the weekend and this is a sprinting comparison, or not?
I couldn't be bothered doing the 12-hour, to be honest.
No, that's fair. So why did it feel like only 5 minutes when really 18 times 5 is where we were?
I think I was just zoned out, to be honest.
Well, or in the zone, more to the point. And when you're in the zone, everything's hooked up. That's that's a good place to be, mate. Talk us through the race from your perspective. The good parts, the bad parts. What you'd do different if you had your chance over. I mean, considering you won the race and won it fairly well, I would assume nothing, but then again, it's hard to find anyone that had the clear-cut perfect night tonight.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I wasn't even going to do the race until about 10 minutes before practice started, so I only got about 10 laps of practice in, but screwed up my qualifying, started 8th, and then by the end of the first lap I checked out and kind of zoned out.
Well, to paint the picture for everybody at home, and I didn't know this until I looked in either, did not race the first 4 weeks, not classified in race 1 last week in Adelaide, third in race 2, good recovery, right? And then first tonight. So at least in the 2 races that you finished well. Begs the question, what might have been if you were in a position to have a full crack at the championship, though?
Yeah, yeah, it's always this what if, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, it's gone a lot better for me than my teammate Paul Rogers in Pro. He's had a bit of rough luck this season, unfortunately, but we're working through it as a team. You know, we've stuck with the Beamer for a few seasons now, and so we're starting to figure it out.
Talk me through, I mean, as you've just detailed, the Beamer. So a clean sweep for the BMWs tonight in all 3 splits is what we'll show on the run sheet, even though McLaren crossed the line first here in Pro-Am. What is it about the BMW that you're liking? What is it that you don't like? Because you've just detailed that it's been a bit of a work in progress for you.
I think the main problem we've had is it's pretty shocking off the start of a stint, especially on cold tyres. It's just not fun. It's really bad. But once it's warmed up, in the wet, in the dry, if it's drying, it's just so stable. Like, it's just unbelievable how good it is.
And what steered you in that direction as opposed to, as I've asked the other boys, flavour of the month, Porsche?
It's a bit lame doing the normal thing, isn't it?
True. It's good to, from a point of difference, it's good to have somebody that zags what everybody else thinks. Okay, mate, talk me through if there's any fuel in the fire in the belly to jump in and see out the rest of the GT3 season and see what you can achieve, having given everyone a 4-round head start.
Well, I think next week's Nürburgring, is it not?
Correct, yep. Only the Grand Prix course, much to Dave Oliver's disappointment, of course.
Well, I've never driven it before, and I might give it a crack. I've got no idea what the rest of the calendar looks like, but yeah, see how we go.
Mazzano, Sachsenring, 2 circuits more commonly associated with MotoGP in our part of the world, and Road America.
Yeah, I don't own any of them, but I'll take it as it goes in each round, and I might buy the track.
What? You don't own Road America?
I don't want to talk about Road America.
Oh God. Okay, righto. All right. Well, okay. That's an interesting one. I don't know anyone that's come in here ever, and I've been doing this 6 years now, and said I don't own Road America. I don't want to talk about Road America. You either love it or you hate it, but yeah, okay, interesting. All right. So you've got the same level of sort of disdain for that as Nick Fodiatis does for Sebring, and that's saying something. Interesting.
You should hear Paul. You should ask Paul Rogers about Sebring next time you talk to him.
Copy that. We will. Thank you. I love the sound of that. You've just thrown him completely under the bus, haven't you?
Oh, he was having a good sip about it last week.
Oh, love it. Excellent. We were there last week as well. It's important to know. Hey, well done, mate. Great performance tonight. Good win in the AM split. Who knows? Keep that up. You might find yourself with a promotion into the carnage and chaos of Pro-Am in not too distant future. We're also going to pop up and have a steer in what else this week as well, mate, because obviously we're familiar with the name, but obviously it's new in GT3. Where else are you going to pop up and have a run?
Where's Porsche Cup this week?
Porsche Cup this week, GT4 is at Algarve, so Porsche, and I wrote it down earlier in the day, I should know, because I've got this sort of stuff on hand, but I don't have it in front of me right now. Porsche's this week, Hockenheimring. So Algarve, Portugal for the GT4, and then the Hockenheimring for GT3, for Porsche GT3.
I'll give Porsche a crack, because I've been enjoying the new one, that's for sure. Me and Paul will be doing that together again, and got a few other leagues and stuff this week. got to sort out, but that's where I'll be in GSRC.
All right, very nicely done. Well done, mate. Great performance tonight. Anyone you want to thank before we let you go?
I've just got to thank Paul for keeping me sane during the race.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Short, sharp and sweet. We love it. Good to catch up with you, mate. Nice to have you drop by the booth for a chat post-race. Good reason to celebrate, of course. And we'll see you on Thursday night in the Porsches.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Pistol Pete Matson. It's been far too long between you and visits to this booth on this platform, and it's nice to hear from you, mate. How's everything going, and how'd you find tonight?
I found tonight awesome. So bloody Harris has got some legs on him. So well done to him. So yeah, no, it was really good to get back in there and have a bit of a crack. So a little bit more seat time this year.
Well, it has been a while between drinks, but let's be brutally honest, and I feel as though you won't mind me disclosing this at 26 past 11 Eastern Daylight Time on a Monday night. You've been juggling a whole heap of personal stuff, but also you're also a very frequently busy on the road, you know, and I don't just mean on the road, I mean in the air, businessman as well. So I guess the question is, where the bloody hell do you manage to squeeze in your time on the sim rig in the first place?
Well, that's exactly right. And I had a look at what's coming, and so the next race for me will be Road America. So
yeah, wow.
Off to Barcelona and then over in the States for a month. So yeah, pretty busy. And I think you brought it up, the personal stuff. You know, we've got you know, having prostate cancer. We run with a bunch of guys, so if any of the guys want to have a chat and reach out, and you know, if they find themselves in the same position, that's what we're all here for. So more than happy to talk to anyone that's sort of going through the same thing.
Now, on that note, and again, I don't mean to talk out of place, but I'm hoping the fact that you're here and committed to being so on a more regular basis is good news on that front from a health standpoint for you, Pete?
No. So they did. They took it out and they didn't get it all. So they've got to go and do some more work. So the next surgery I think is the 10th of March. So we'll go and do some more work then. But yeah, no. So mate, it'll clear up eventually, I'm sure. So
good. Well,
yeah.
well, not good, but good at the same time. The fact is, they found it. Unfortunately, they're finding some more. So obviously, but in the right direction, mate, and that's the main thing. And I mean, obviously, to a point where it's not stopping you from fulfilling your international work obligations either, mate. So fingers crossed that they eventually get the full quota and give you the clean bill of health that you deserve. Now, from a racing standpoint, let me ask you, because obviously I'm looking at your leaderboard here. DNF in round 1, we didn't see in round 2 or 3. DNF in round 4. Must have been nice to finally bag a result in GT3.
Absolutely. Mate, I struggled, and I think there was some commentary last week about the rain. It's awful. I think that was my response. It was awful. So can't keep it on track. But this week I chose to go out on slicks. I think some of the other boys were on wets, and of course they had to go on pit. So I just clawed my way back from 13th and had 10 laps in the lead, which is good. But for me, the outstanding was only 2 incident points. So it was good.
That's a very good run, probably one of your cleaner runs for a while, which is really good to see, because unfortunately when we see you either in Super Formula Light or the Legend cars or a GT4, you're always caught up in somebody else's rubbish or creating your own, Pete. So
I'm giving you stuff to broadcast. It's great.
Mate, no one needed any help with that tonight, because GT3 and 44 of the Pro-Am split around Mount Panorama, mate. We've covered a year's worth of content tonight. It was fantastic. But also, mate, we know that you a sporadic competitor here, and there's that Stephen Gallacher incident again, ladies and gentlemen. So that's how long we've been showing you the post-race footage for, probably longer than the race, actually. But I'm looking down the leaderboard here. They're your first points of the season. You vault up the order as a result into 22nd. You're on 81 points. You're in the Ferrari. So is that out of loyalty and comfort, Pete, or was it just the right car for the night?
It was branded Bailey Ladders. I had to run it. So, good on Bailey Ladders for the sponsorship and getting all the car liveries done. So, we give it a round. But yeah, the Porsche would have been all right. So, but I think the Fez for me is probably a little bit of a safer bet, just from a handling point of view. And I ran the whole race on a set of tyres. So, yeah.
And I guess not to put ideas in your head, but the fact that you are only a sporadic competitor, I mean, that does give you some leverage in the sense that you're not necessarily worried about championship results, mate. And if you decide that the Fez was no bloody good at all and you wanted to turf it, throw it in the bin, whatever, you've got the opportunity without any real consequence whatsoever to go and have a dabble in something else and have an in-race run just to see if that might be, well suited to a change for next term.
Well, I think I ran the Merc already, and I've run the Porsche. So, I suppose I just have a look at the track and go, which one do I want to run? So
that's it. Third time's a charm, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is terrific to catch up with you, mate.
You too.
When do we lose you for a couple of weeks here? I know you're coming back for Road America, so that rules you out of Nürburgring, Misano and Sachsenring most likely, but what does it mean for the rest of this week? Will we see you pop up Wednesday, Thursday?
Yeah, I'll possibly. I'm not a real fan of a couple of the tracks that are coming, so...
Nor was anyone else.
No, so... but certainly the Radicals I'm enjoying. The Retros, I think I've had a bit of a crack in. V8s I'd love to do, but I just haven't really tackled any of the good tracks, so... And... maybe the Porsche Cup and GTEs. It sort of just depends on the night. If I don't feel like it, it's better off going to do something else. Go and watch the commentary. Right. Yeah.
Well, we don't have commentator cam set up at the moment, but I am chasing, as part of my setup for the bigger picture, I am chasing a new webcam. Our contacts from Logitech said they were looking after that before Christmas, and nothing's come through. So I'm not sure where we're at with that. I might just have to bankroll it, Pete, and claim it as a tax deduction on my own end.
You have to hit up GSRC for you, mate.
Well, that's true too. I could do that, but we don't have a live commentator cam. It's something we can set up, because some people say that the show in here is actually sometimes better than the show out there. But I'm not taking any personal credit for that.
They call that Zachary's.
Yeah, exactly. Great to catch up with you, mate. Nice to hear from you. Fingers crossed for everything else going on, and hopefully some green boxes and green lights coming your way in the not too distant future. And good luck with the travel in the meantime.
Yeah, thanks, Zach. All the best.
And you too. There he is, Pete Matson. It's been far too long, but finally he's got reason to celebrate, and he's back in here with the podium, finishing the AM split. Very nicely done. And so at 11:34 Eastern Daylight Time, 1:34 AM on a Tuesday morning in New Zealand, and at 8:34 on the West Coast, we've reached the end of our post-race component of our Monday Night Motorsport live and free offering for you, the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Live, exclusive and free. It's important to note. There's still plenty to come, however, because we've got some housekeeping to take care of. If you're on the West Coast, by the way, about 40 minutes time, you'll see it on Channel 9, the full replay, the encore presentation of this morning's Winter Olympics closing ceremony. And for those of you that are on the East Coast, that's all but about to wrap up. But obviously next hour, Zimbabwe and the West Indies take to the field in the latest match of the Super 8s phase of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. That one gets underway at 12:30 AM Eastern Daylight Time. You'll see it on Amazon Prime. Here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, before I even get to looking ahead for you with regards to the rest of Week 6 and the start of Week 7, let me tell you about the championship points, because Adam Lavis has been crunching the numbers whilst we've been having a chinwag here with all and sundry post-race. Let's start with the Pro-Am split if we can, please, Adam, because that was the... Oh, no, they're not done? Okay. Am are done? Let's start with the Am if we can. And the Pro done as well. Okay, so we can show you Am and Pro, but we're going to have to come back on Wednesday night and cover off the GT3 Pro-Am results and statistics for you there, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the Am split looks like on the back of that win tonight for John O'Harris, up 17 spots to 118 points. That's looking far prettier for him than what it was this time last week. 91 clears us out as far as taking as many available points on offer to him as he possibly could. And Nathan Harvey continues to lead the way despite finishing 10th tonight. Shocker, actually, for the top 4, none of them in the top 5. And a DNF for Braden O'Loughlin, only 6 for Robert Gay, DNF for Tim Watson. There's not much to write home about there in the top 8. Let's be perfectly honest. Nathan Harvey, 269, leads Tristan Koch, 244. The margin remains 25 points in Harvey's favour. Koch has taken a small chip out of that tonight, but we'll see how it goes going into next week and the final 4 weeks of the season. Jesse McManaman, third, 232. 3 different manufacturers in the top 4. And when you look at the top 10, you've got Martin Pedersen just outside for the Ford, but you've got Chev through Anthony Cuthbertson. You've got a smorgasbord of Porsches. You've also got a McLaren, an Audi, a Merc, and a Lambo in the top 10 there. So Porsche, Audi, Merc, Lambo, McLaren, and Chev, 6 different manufacturers in the top 10, 7, 8, 9 in the top 15. Because if you look just outside, Pedersen in the Mustang, so too Logan Griffin, Colgan in the Aston, and Yarwood and Harris both in the Bimmers. Interesting to note, 66 points between first and fifth. Only 23 points between 6th and 10th. Yeah, big margins there. 123 covers the top 10 at the moment, which is more than a full enduro round points haul. So there's a couple of guys with a bit of work to do going into the final 4 rounds of the season if they want to be in the mix for a top 5 finishing position when we get to the final round at Road America. Pro, Eli Donaldson extends just slightly. He's advantage at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. Ryan Jones has got himself over to third on points there with 4th tonight. He's getting good at the 4th, isn't he? Alex Barrel on 5th tonight, 272. He's the only non-Porsche in the top 7 at the moment. Porsches 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10. Luke King on 136. So 207 covers the top 10. There are 3 different manufacturers in the top 10 at the moment. Porsche dominating proceedings. There are, 5 different teams in the top 5 at the moment, I think, which is a really good indication of just how diverse this field is right now. But it's a big margin. It's, 71 points. Donaldson to Barrel on, 36 back to Jones, 28 back to Nick Wood, 6 back to Luke Page. Then only 4 points covers Jeff Adams, Aaron Schotter. Jordan Pianozola with that result tonight, up to 8th spot, up 11 spots. And only just 1 point covers Reece Keane and Luke King in the battle for 9th. Right now, just outside of that, Alan Holgerson, Josh Fitt on 131 and Leo Dreyer on 123 points. He's only 3 clear of Rodney Gollan, who's in 15th on 120, and wedged in between them is Brad Coates on 121. Just reminding you, Pro-Am results not done yet. We'll get to them a little bit later on this week on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. It was a carnage-packed night. Wherever you're tuning in all around Australia or indeed the world, you wouldn't have been disappointed with the spectacle delivered by these guys at the Mount Panorama Circuit in Waste Options GT3 Pro-Am, and there's still so much more racing coming your way as Week 6 continues across YouTube and Facebook. Now, Thursday night, I'm just going to take you there firstly. Friday afternoon after 2 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, 11 o'clock on the West Coast, 4 o'clock in New Zealand. Friday afternoon, that's a date. We'll see you there for what's going on at the Algarve International Circuit, Portimao, and the Hockenheim Ring. 40 minutes for GT4, thanks to Disruptive Labs. GSRC Porsche Cup, 2 sprint races there. 3rd sprint round of the season, 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time is when that race starts on Thursday night, but you'll see it Friday afternoon. Tomorrow night, also non-broadcast, Autodrome Hermanos Rodriguez, the venue for the Downforce Legends for the GSRC Downforce Legends Championship. 40 minutes the journey, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's the offering in the entree slot. In the main course slot, it's the GSRC Formula 1 Retro Championship from Alton Park. in the United Kingdom. 40 minutes there, 9:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, the commencement for the race there, of course. The Oz Legends Cup and the Trophy AI Supercars head to the Miami International Autodrome on Wednesday night motorsport. Dan Yeaman and I with you from 7:45 Eastern Daylight Time to bring that to you, and it is sprint racing across the board. The Legends on the Missing in Action loop, the MIA loop, and then, of course, the two sprint races for the supercars on the same circuit in which you saw Super Formula Light, the same configuration earlier tonight. Friday night motorsport, Liam Banks, Joe Baldwin taking over from where Adam Lavis and I lead off. That will be, of course, Friday night, GTE Suzuka, 60 minutes the journey. That'll be 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The boys will be on air a couple of minutes before that. In that broadcast, they'll also spin the wheel to determine where you're going with the Mountain Men race on Saturday night. As far as the car of choice is concerned, we know where we're going. It's right here, Mount Panorama Bathurst, 32 laps the journey, and 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, that one getting underway. And then, of course, next Monday night, that's all right, I'll go off the other sheet. Wings and Slicks, Portimao, the Algarve International Circuit. There it is, thank you, Adam. But we're on our way there to Portugal for 30 minutes of Super Formula Light, so another single race affair for them. Sprint racing to follow the 2 weeks after that. Then the Enduro, of course, in week 10. Then, of course, we're on about Panorama Bathurst, if you don't mind, for AM split racing and pro split racing from Waste Options GT3. So Waste Options Monday Night Motorsport, your tin top, open wheel, double header is an all-in affair next Monday night. 3 different splits in action. Super Formula Light followed by GT3 M and GT3 Pro from the Nürburgring in Germany. It's an all-European Monday night next week, and it starts at 7:40 Eastern Daylight Time. The Super Formula Lights from 7:45, the main course GT3 from 8:45 Eastern Daylight Time. Looking forward to that. So GT3 back to sprint mode next week, Super Formula Light back into sprint mode the week after that. Hope you enjoyed it tonight. A bit weird with no sport going on simultaneously for the first time in a few weeks. We had the tennis, and of course we've got women's cricket tomorrow. We had the Winter Olympics as well. But a good night to be able to focus on some great four-wheel action from Mount Panorama Bathurst. Really enjoyed that. Hope you did as well. If you didn't, go and check your pulse. You're difficult to please. Zimbabwe and the West Indies from 12:30 a.m. for those of you planning on burning the candle at both ends and the midnight oil. Australia and India, the first one-day international for the women, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon from Allan Border Field, live and free on 7 May Eastern Daylight Time. And we are back with you Wednesday night, 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time, or 7:40 Eastern Daylight Time, to do it all again. There's the GT3 Pro-Am points done and dusted just in the nick of time. John Wright leads 284, Paul Wood 249, Dave Oliver vaults up the order to 233, Jason Wilkinson 191, Andrew Neal 166, Jordan Dakin 163, Derek Fitzgerald 162. How tightly packed is that? 159 for Bobby Camo, 140 for Bryden Friend, 130 for Dale Atkins. By gee, there was a rate of attrition tonight, wasn't there? Atkins managed to get classified, 22 finishes in the end. Cameron Dakin has a squiggle next to his name as well. There's a few people that arrived here that shouldn't have been here. In the end, you've got Porsche dominating the top 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars, not Porsches, in that top 20 at the moment. 6 different manufacturers, sure. Only 2 BMWs, 14 Porsches, a Merc, a Ferrari and a Acura, and a Mustang at the moment. Extraordinary. It's a Porsche season, there's no doubt about that. But BMW took some of the spotlight away from them this evening, winning all 3 splits, Pro, Pro-Am and Am. And we sincerely hope that you've enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. It's all made possible with thanks to Disruptive Labs, merch.tgsrci.com/graphics, Waste Options, and Trophy AI. On behalf of all the crew here, Adam Lavis and the broadcast commentary and production team on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, I'm Zach Caban. Enjoy the remaining 16 minutes of your Monday evening, everybody. That's for those of you in the progressive and civilised parts at least. And we look forward to your company on Wednesday night as Week 6 continues with a doubleheader from the Miami International Autodrome. Until then, it's bye for now.